Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the SFCL. It is round 5, the last round of the Swiss Open. Your two teams in this second match of the day of 3 are Make-A-Wish versus Outlast. I am Corbeck. Alongside me is Joe. And Joe, we're looking forward to another one of our mid-table matchups here. Who do you think's coming out on top of this?
Well, both teams are using a sub in this first map, and I actually think whoever can kind of come out on top in this first map will really be the one. And I will go with Make a Wish, I guess, just because it's. I mean, the players on that team, but Outlast have started to look a lot better. They started off very, very shaky, kind of getting their groove a little bit now, finally. So we'll see how that kind of shapes up. But I mean, I'd say Make a Wish, but I mean, it is a winner go home moment. I think both these teams are in this position for a reason, and I think it'll be very tightly contested because of that.
Yeah, in our first match of the day, West Garfield Park was the lower team on the table, but they really stepped up. So maybe it is Outlast time to shine. I don't know if we'll necessarily see that or if Make-A-Wish will just sort of clean up on this. But let's take a look at our rosters here, get a look at who's playing on what positions. And starting off with the 6th seed overall, it is a Make-A-Wish. Silent Butters, Kixrow, Rexavy, and Maxily there. Cost overall 47%. Could be a little bit better across the board, and they're a relatively sort of average team on both the attack and the defense. A little lean towards the defensive side, but not much there, which kind of fits, I think, some of the issues that they've been having with their play style. A little bit of maybe not being able to be aggressive enough at certain times, and the guns and the executes not always functioning the way they should.
Yeah, and I think sometimes that has to do with them being a little bit more of a puggy styled team than anything. So I think that's bound to happen. But I also think that's sometimes a really big advantage for them. I say it all the time. Kind of having that free flow state is a really good thing. But speaking of that, we go over to Outlast, our other team. Not as free flowing of a team, but we have Abe, Kale, Buzz, Trist, and Beastly. I believe Buzz is a sub just for this first map, if I've been told correctly, and statistically a lot better with rating and cost wise. Defensive win rate is great, the attack win rate not so much. But something to note about that is when you do end up going down into that lower side of the bracket, you are playing easier teams. So stats for me really aren't everything.
Yeah, I kind of go with you there. I do think though that 70% or 69% defensive win rate versus the 33% on attack is really something to take note of for Outlast. They have had at least one, I would say, really challenging opponent in the form of Six Karma. They also had to play Lycus Empire. Those were their first two matches in the tournament overall. They hit McQueen's, and I think they hit I can't remember who they hit in week number 4. I want to say it was a Mystic maybe, but they've definitely had a pretty hard schedule, and certainly they've been playing to it, and they looked quite good in their week 4 matchup, and hopefully they can bring some of that forward into this next round. Let's go ahead and take a look, if we can, at our map veto, see where this will be played out. Cafe, Clubhouse, Chalet, Theme Park, some of the old stalwarts then getting banned out early on, but well, look at that, Joe. Villain Oregon slipping their way in.
Well, the good news is we don't also get club. So that could have been maybe the
Fair.
most boring best of 3 of all time. We get border as a decider. So I think that will be all out chaos if we end up getting there. It's happy to see. I hope we do, because, that is a fun map. But I mean, Villain Oregon, it gets boring sometimes. But at the end of the day, for me, it's kind of like those 2 maps are kind of the pinnacle of comp. Everyone knows how to play it. It's 2 teams just squaring up. And even though it can be the same thing over and over again, I think that sometimes results in pretty good play from both teams, because you still have to outplay the other team. And I mean, they kind of know what you're doing for the most part. So I think that sometimes can lead to the little things, the tiny little things, the minute details being better than the other teams. And I think that's kind of, I guess, my nitpicking mind enjoying them every once in a while. But we do start with Villa. Make-A-Wish on that attack side. I do have to ask Corbeck, what do you think? Do you think that has a big impact on this team, given that, Outlast, their defense is the better side?
I think it's actually putting more pressure on the side of Outlast in the sense that they need to come out really strong here on the defense, right? Like, that's their thing. They need to do well at it. This is a Make-A-Wish map pick, so presumably they feel confident here. But then again, I think probably everybody feels a little bit confident on Villa just knowing what it is. It's already a defender-sided map overall. So this is a good opportunity to come out with a kind of a strong start here for this Outlast side. Minimum 4 rounds, I think they have to win here on the defense. Any less than that, and I think that's a loss for them realistically.
Yeah, especially playing with a sub, that makes attacks harder. I think
Indeed.
as Siege has gone on further, it's not as attacker side of a meta as we've had before, but I still think it is pretty dang attacker sided at some times. And still, even when it was at its peak of attacking, even playing with a sub, it's still harder to get that, cohesion together. So with that sub, I think you're definitely right. They need to win these defender sided rounds and kind of convert on those opportunities. And I remember Make-A-Wish on Villa, the one time that I have casted them throughout this season so far, was on Villa against JJ's whatever org you want to call them, wild card now. I don't believe they were under them at the time, but they played that team on Villa and ended up beating them there. And that's a map that wildcard has kind of been maybe notoriously good on for a while. So that one was really interesting to see from me. So this is definitely a map that I could definitely see them kind of going back to and kind of leaning on into a best of 3.
Well, there's your early operator bans. I don't think there's anything that stands out too much there. Capkin probably the one that sort of slips in there under the net, but some teams really do dislike having to worry about the presence of Capkin traps, so perhaps not entirely inexplicable why they would ban him. Is going to leave 2 very valuable operators on the board, or some very valuable operators on the board. Solus, who's been the top ban, and Azami as well. Both of them are in play. And obviously the Mira setups very much an aspect of this as well. If they choose to go that route, they have it on their first defensive line here. Very standard stuff. Bring the Mozzie along here instead of the Mute for the drone denial. Like everything that I'm seeing from Outlast here in terms of this defensive setup, but I'm genuinely curious to see how Make-A-Wish does in terms of executing on the attack. You made a very good point, Joe, about them having a sub, right, which is something that I think is going to make things a little bit harder for them. I also feel like their attacks are often quite slow, or have been slow over the course of their SFCL season, and they tend to lose opening picks as well. They've been a bit struggly on the trade game. Those are things that they're probably going to want to improve here if they want to come out of this on top.
Yeah, and I do think this round will be decided nowhere near sight. You have the Knock who has slipped its way through the bans, and I think that's a really big thing because on Villa, Knock has always been good. Not even just, in the Knock meta. It's been powerful since Knock has really come out onto this map. So I think Make-A-Wish, we already talked about them being free-flowing, them being able to react properly off of that lurk, that opening pick. And you also see Outlast have a very aggressive really lineup right here. You have an Alibi, Mozzie, Solus, Oryx. You have 4 operators that are notoriously pretty dang roam heavy. So I think that is really going to be where the round gets decided pretty early on here and way before anyone gets anywhere close to sight.
That is often the case that we see here with these, AVG sites in this day and age, right? Is that it's often determined by the extended kind of defensive setup. A lot of almost sort of 1v1s, deathmatch style fighting out here on the map. And we'll see if that's kind of how this goes. Obviously, Maxley there on the Nook, a very dangerous operator, as you well pointed out. And we saw Nook on our first map of the first match of the day, making an absolute hash of a defensive side. Currently, Maxley trying to place from below with some frag grenades, but can't seem to bring anyone down. Instead, it's Strist who strikes first. Kixro going down early, and that's exactly what you want those roamers to do. You don't want them to turn their back, though, on silent ends.
Yeah, and Silent getting a big pick back. That's not one you want to give back in that necessarily situation, as they're going to start working up main. Silent is getting taken down. Kale with that shotgun doing the damage. And Butters taking a lot right there. A lot of heat from the blunt of that shotgun, but not taken down quite yet, as there's still a minute left. They may have a man down, but still all the opportunity to make their way towards site as they're waiting patiently, see if Outlast are going to give them anything in Bay. Fiddling with death, toying with it even, and Kale gets 2 more on the main stairs. That shotgun coming in handy as Rexavy, a nice little shot on to Kale, onto that smoke, but so much more work to be done and not a lot of time as Buzz finds the last kill and Outlast take our first round of this elimination match.
Solid defensive hold right there. I mean, I don't necessarily know what the issue was with Kale on the staircase. It was like they were feeding into that defensive position kind of almost one by one. And I did say that Make-A-Wish has had some issues with the trade game. They did good on the first pick of the match, right, to get it immediately back in the opposite direction on Trist. But then, you get eaten alive trying to come into that defensive end. So some things are going to have to change there, I think, on their side. Obviously, that was the primary bomb site. You're over to the secondary now, where you can maybe try and exploit the setup a little bit differently. I do think that they had the right idea, though, Joe, with the playing from beneath. I appreciate them trying to get some frag grenades off, and they'll be bringing those frags again, right? The standard kind of picks of Iana and Sledge in position here should hopefully allow them to do some sort of work from the ground floor up. And I imagine we'll see maybe Buzzy Wuzzy down there as the primary point of counter for anybody trying to slip into the kitchen.
And you made a very good point as well, even before the game started. And another one, right now is they don't play trades very well. The other thing is that they play pretty slow. So I'm not really a big fan of them going direct with those takes, because with that, you don't need to take a lot of space, which is good. You can play slow with that. But if you're not going to play trades very well, you can't really go direct. It's just going to not be a good combination, I should say. So I would like to see them take more control across the map, use their gun skill, use their 1v1 ability, try and catch them off guard instead of really just playing into the pushes and just everything that's going on with Outlast on their defenses. You're pushing into a guy on main stairs, not trading it properly. So I think Make-A-Wish not doing great, as Trist getting a good one. Good opening pick, but Butters instantly trades it. But I honestly think I'll take that at the moment, taking Silent off the board. There's nades, the Iana. Pretty big pick to take off the board.
That is a big pick right there. That's exactly what they needed here for a start. Besley trying to get some shots down range and just slow them down a little bit here. Kale, again, holding a shield position. This is what we would expect. The SMG-11 there covering the long sight lines. Again, it's all about just space and denial. The frag grenade coming over the top right there finds no joy on that. And they need to get Kixrow into this match. It's kind of been off a little bit, droning out. The Twitch hasn't had a ton to do here, just given the operator lineup. But there's a good frag grenade. That'll get Besley down. And there goes your Frost. So you are clipping the defensive numbers. Good trade back there. Bay keeping it even 3-2. And you are slowly but surely taking space and opening up opportunities. I'm not sure that Nomad knows exactly where their opponent is, but they're certainly playing this duel well, pushing forward here, leapfrogging around, and slowly but surely trying to tighten the pressure on that doorway long enough for them to get the setup where they can at least pull this diffuser out of the fire.
Yeah, and that Nomad does go off, but Buzz ends up getting a kill. A great job from them to actually take that 2-on-1 that they were gifted right there. As Kix ends up getting taken down. Buzz and Kale in a 2v1 right now. A nice smoke to confirm that kill. And Outlast have taken this round all the way back, as Maxley now is down to a 1v2. They have a little bit of information. Not able to come away with the kill, though. Kale closes it out, and Outlast with a little bit of magic to get themselves up to 2-0 on this map, and a great clutch from them to get their numbers right back into their own.
Yeah, a good hold. That could have gone, I think, gone a little bit worse for them, truth be told. I thought Make-A-Wish had done a good job there, Joe, of slowly kind of, taking space and really pushing the defenders back, but they never had, I would say, like a particularly solid cutoff or a particularly solid amount of pressure on the other side of the point, and that did allow the defenders a lot of freedom kind of to move around there and to play with the thought that, hey, at least the area behind us is relatively secure. Trist has shown, by the way, 2 really aggressive openings here, and they have both delivered a kill, but he's been traded out both times almost immediately as a result. And I'm curious to see whether or not they keep using Trist in those really aggressive plays, or whether they're going to maybe start reining that back in a little bit, because I'm just not sure what the value necessarily is, especially when you look at the operators that they lost, right? They lose Trist on, it was The first one was Solus, and the second one was Azami. Those are both operators who, especially Azami, have more value as the round increases, right? The reactive nature of the Kiba barricades. So interesting to see if they'll keep up that tempo on that.
Yeah, and the strange thing is the Azami went down so early, and they still never dealt with the Azami barricades that were put up. The Kiba barricades were still there, all of them, to my knowledge. So definitely pretty interesting. But I mean, the pace, you're right, it has to increase, if I'm being honest, for Make-A-Wish. And Outlast are doing a good job at really, I guess, getting them to play that way, because I think Make-A-Wish are just actually playing too slow. I think they're taking their time a little bit too much. You had a 4v2 right there, and they weren't able to convert on that because I think they allowed Outlast to get those picks, take the space, and really get in there, get their picks back, make it a 2v1, 2v0, I guess, towards the end of it. And there it is, Kale finding a nice early pick with that newly acquired 1.5 on an MP5K.
Yeah, it's a darn good gun. It's a good shooter for what it's worth. And there's Silent getting taken down as well. Unfortunate right there. Maxley at least fighting back a little bit. Will catch Kale looking. So that is the Wamai down. Speaking of operators who value increases as the round goes on, there's a classic. The C4 coming out right there, but a little out of position. Will not find the kill that they were hoping for. And now, you know, it's just a matter of taking space. Maxley and Rexavy, they have to clear off some of this top floor. They've still got plenty of tools to work with here. They've got, you know, the breach charges available for Maxley and Kixrow. And they can certainly open up some of these floors and make these defensive positions untenable here for the defenders. And I think that is their objective, at least at the moment. You see Rexavy trying to go for the floor bang, doesn't quite find it. They need one of these vertical holes, though, to really come in big, because they have to get some sort of kill off of this. And there you go. Finally, Maximally does find a kill and even it up. But less than a minute left here, and, you know, moves are going to start to have to be made, even if you're still at a 3-3.
You willed that kill right into existence. Maxley's found himself in a pretty powerful spot, really, for them. His base kind of stuck over on this Memo side. Bex now stuck over here in Pantry, and that's a kill you have to find. Bex, a big one. Kix ends up getting taken down as Max now has to aggress somewhere. There was a player inside of Memo. We'll see if he can find them as they are playing over towards the rotate as Max gonna have to swing into this. Not able to find the kill though. Bay coming up with a big one is Rexavy now in a 1v3. And it's just looking like it's not going to be winnable as Trist cleans it up. Outlast have looked pretty darn good on their defenses, but hey, Corbic, that's what we expected.
It is. I mean, they've got, you know, they're 69% or whatever it was on defense, so we would expect them to go big here. And, you know, considering that they were about 33% on their attacks, every round that they can get on the defense is a little bit of cushion for them, because I imagine that we swap sides here and it's going to look a little rough for Outlast, all things considered. And that's something that Make-A-Wish, I think, needs to keep in mind as well, right? Like, you just kind of have to weather this beating as best as possible when you're on the attacking side, and know that, you know, this is just going to be a defender-sided matchup, at least as far as we can tell here out the gate. I say that, though, and it will, you know, be almost essential here for Make-A-Wish to at least take 1 or 2 of these rounds. 2 would be the ideal. Well, I guess 3 would be the ideal at this stage, but 2 is probably the more realistic target here for Make-A-Wish. I just don't know when they're gonna do that, because you're back to your primary bomb site now. The tertiary bomb site didn't pay any dividends, and you're not gonna have, you know, as much of an opportunity to really get something out of, I think, that tertiary bomb site a second time around.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on that. And that tertiary bomb site didn't really look too convincing for Make-A-Wish at all. I think the only one that they've really looked any good on was that second round on Trophy, and they weren't able to clean up that round. And maybe that's the one that they're able to get, but that's still 2 sites that they've now attacked that just have not looked good for them at all. And if Outlast can make those necessary adjustments, it gets really scary for Make-A-Wish. And even though that those attack numbers for Outlast are pretty low, that doesn't really, I guess, come into too much effect when you have a 6-0, 5-1 lead going into your attacking side. So Silent is way ahead of that drone, and Beastly for free gonna find that kill. Almost ends up getting taken down, but ends up winning the fight nonetheless and ends up getting taken down. At one point, Hicks finds the kill as they now have a player kind of stuck here think it is inside of statue as Kick's going to start swinging this, and not sure they have the information quite yet that there is a player over here, and that's damage going to Buzz. Kicks ends up taking damage as Bay swings out, but he ends up running right into the crosshair of Butters, who finds the kill, and Outlast are now down in man count. Once again, we'll see if Make-A-Wish can finally convert on one.
They've still got Trist underneath, so drip feeding them information here based on the gadgets that are being used. This might be the round that Make-A-Wish actually really needs here. The one that guarantees them that potential 4-2. Kale obviously very low on the health, right? It's only going to take the merest brush of a bullet right there to drop their smoke. They just need to kind of, I think, proactively close down some of these potential angles. This is bad. Kale needs to get out of dodge, and again, just losing space, losing places to play from as this goes on. And Trist is kind of positioned here as the dagger that could stab them in the back, and you really need that to manifest, like, ASAP. And also, I was gonna say, I think that's like the second now sort of soft ping or Z ping that we've seen from the defensive side that hasn't really been too particularly accurate. I say that, and there goes Kale. Mantequilla, who was playing off the window, gets him easy peasy, and now the 4v2.
Yeah, and not a lot of information, I believe, that they have, but I think they are in sight. It's going to be Butters just walking in, and the book on the wall. Oh my god, the book on the desk blocks Buzz's face, and he gets two off of it, and Trist finds one on the back end. It's all down to Maxley. The case is going to be down on the opposite side. Trist has that possession of it as Max just hopelessly looking around for Buzz, but the fortunes of the books on the shelf makes it so that Butters can't see him, and he goes big off of the back of that.
Oh, unfortunate, tragic almost for Make-A-Wish, because they were finally in position to, pull that round out, and just a little bit of a misdrone or a little bit of an information misstep, and then obviously the addition of some literature right there, and that was all it took. Make-A-Wish cannot convert. Great play, by the way, by Buzzy. Or by Buzz, I should say, to salvage that as aggressively as they did. And Trist did finally come off that long wander to make it big early on. Or later on, I should say, in the round. So great defensive round for Outlast there to salvage a near disastrous situation, all things considered, in that 4v2. Now you're sitting in the territory of Make-A-Wish where these are must-win rounds, right? Like, you absolutely have to get a victory here to hold this together. I mean, I think, there's only so much, even if you tell yourself that, hey, this is only temporary knockbacks. When we get our defensive side, we're gonna go ham. Even if you tell yourself that, I still think that you need something here on the attacking side, just for your own sake of morale, really. If I'm being honest, Joe, like, you can't lose 5 rounds in a row and not have that affect you somewhat.
Yeah, I think they've kind of already gotten to that point of the mental chalkage, I guess you could say.
I hope not.
So it's like, I think this is the one round where it's like, you really need to win this one. Because like we said earlier, this is the one site that they've looked pretty decent on. And that almost nets a kill. Trist, a little cheeky angle. Rexavy not looking, but going back to that point, I think it's at a point where it's like, this is the one site they've looked decent on. So it's like, if you don't win this round, you go to a dining site that you didn't look comfortable on at all, facing a 6-0, attack split that you did not get anything going on. You have to win 6 rounds just to send it to OT on your map pick. So I think that's a really tough spot to be, as Silent not able to find that kill. Maxley gets one himself, and that's a big one right now. And Make-A-Wish picking up right where they left off on the last time that they attacked this site.
And not traded either. That's the important thing right there. Not traded out. Not traded out a third time. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, finally. Beasley gets in and gets Silent down. Now Bay drops. Max, though, right back in it. Good grenade from Maxley there to shut down Bay. Trist holding out here. Gonna jump out and get aggressive. They're not watching for it. He literally did that last time, and he caught you off guard. You have to be expecting these kind of things from Trist. He's playing so aggro. Unfortunately, Maxley doesn't have any grenades left, so they're gonna have a hell of a time getting Trist out of this position here. And meanwhile, Beasley on the Frost is just kind of an unmarked quantity. Final Paxley picks up the bait, and it's just the Frost left here in this endgame scenario.
Yeah, man, Beasley is down to this. He has a nice little angle right here, and I'm sure that they're aware that this angle exists. And yeah, there it is. Maxley finally getting a round win for them. It got a little scary, though. You were right. They weren't watching for the things that they really needed to be watching for, as Trist almost is the one to make the play. But once again, I really feel like I need to note those zombie barricades were just causing problem after problem for them on that attack.
Yeah, it is a real trade-off with these zombie barricades, right? We actually saw in our first match of the day a lot. We were watching an Oregon map where a zombie is being played, and a lot of utility, specifically frag grenades, being used just to get rid of a zombie barricades. But I mean, obviously, the downside is if you don't use your frag grenades to get rid of them, they're just kind of there. I mean, you just have to play around them, and it gave a huge advantage to Make-A-Wish in that scenario because it allowed Trist to make such a good stand around Master Bedroom. That said, we did say that was a must-win round, Joe, for Make-A-Wish. They do pull out the must-win, so they got at least one on the board. Now, if they can get this one, give themselves that 2-round cushion, go into their defensive side against an objectively weak attacking team, I think that would be perfect for them. That's like the best, most positive thing that they could possibly do. I don't know if losing this round will doom them, per se, but let's be honest, it's not going to make their job any easier. That said, kind of an interesting defensive setup here, very similar to what they ran last time on the side of Outlast, and we did kind of watch the attack sort of founder on that top floor. I say that, though, there's Trist trying to play aggressive, gets caught early on the Solus, so that's a great start, and it's not traded out.
No, it isn't, and you're right. It's the Solus. It's a huge operator to take off the board, and also untraded. You knocked off all the boxes for me. It's great, but Make-A-Wish now really have a chance here to make something happen and get themselves to that 4-2 as Kix is taking this control very, very quickly, and I'm not sure he has that information quite yet. Bay taking some damage on that engagement as Kix is not backing down from this fight. And look at the players on Outlast. 3 of them just crunched somewhere in sight. And you see Butters actually is in sight. Maxley ends up getting taken down. Silent trying to help out his teammate where he can, but where's Butters? Takes down one player in China as Bay taking the fight, ends up taking down Butters, gets the trade, but Kix finds that kill right back as Buzz finds one himself. Beastly snuck his way over to Music, and they get it down to a 2v1. So many gunfights going down in Rexivy. Now in a 1v2 with a lot of time to work with.
I had no shade on Rexivy, but has not been having the best day as far as the gun is concerned, so might be a little hard for him to pull this out. Not to mention, of course, Beastly has the pulse sensor, so he can just keep the heartbeats on the scanner 24/7. And that's exactly what they're doing right now, looking for him. They might actually be aware that Rexivy is trying to sneak up now through the basement. Obviously, you've got Buzz in this as well, and Buzz has been an absolute rock here for this lineup of Outlast. 9 kills, looking to make it 10 as Rexivy slips their way up the stairs. Doesn't really get a good look at who's behind the shield. And there comes Beastly, jumping out behind it, secures the kill, and a solid defensive half, just as we expected from the Outlast side.
That maybe was the worst place he could have come up with the information that we had. A shield there, a pulse there. Like, of all places to choose to go, that's probably not the best one. Obviously, he may not have known that, but a 1-5, I think it's tough because statistically, Outlast will be winning 2 out of every 6. So a 2-4 split almost every time. That's a position that will win you the map at this moment. So I think, once again, this first round is really important. I think going down 6-1 is a little bit too much to overcome. You may get that momentum at one point, but having to play perfect, mistake-free Siege for so long is hard. It's really difficult, and I think at least prolonging that for as long as that you can is going to be the position that they need to take. So trying to get that momentum started early, because I think you lose this one, I think you're starting to try and gather up yourself for map 2.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you're also taking away any sort of limbo that you have, right? Because now you have 2 rounds. You let them win this one. Every round is a match point. Like, you're on the knife edge here. Even if you are going to be probably better off on the defense, you just don't have a lot to run with. Let's see, though, if Make-A-Wish can kind of come alive here on the side swap. It's sort of what I expect, but I don't know that I can necessarily count on it just because Outlast has looked pretty strong throughout, especially in pulling out those very dangerous situations where they were, in a 2v4 or what have you. Trist, the leadoff hitter here, goes ahead and jumps right in. A couple of bullets go sailing by, but nothing that they can't really deal with. Defender actually kind of checking back right there as Trist continues to creep his way down the stairs, and this could be, yep, it is disastrous. Maxley just swings out of cover, goes ahead and collects that first kill there. It is traded, though. Bay does found silent, so you keep it at a 4-4, and that's good news for Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, and one that they didn't necessarily need to have, you have 2 players below. I think Silent, if he can try and push back a little bit and allow his players below to do the damage, or at least distract before taking another 1v1 right there. But gives a pick back, and not having the best map, expect a lot better from Silent, knowing how great of a player that he is. But you still have the Solus up below. That can do a lot of damage. We saw that the other round with Trist on that flank, and it's something we've seen in general, so I think that'll definitely be one of the late round conditions for Make-A-Wish here.
There's a kill by Maxley, and this is starting, I think, to play into one of the things that I was concerned about with Outlast on their attacks, is that they do go quite slow. This does not feel very decisive. It doesn't feel, I would say, particularly commanding. And I mean, look at that. Beasley's just walking into gunfire right there. I don't know what more you could say. Fortunately, Bay does trade it out, but I mean, we're still stuck in a 1v3. Actually leaves the diffuser behind. Good kill right there onto Kick's row. Catches him looking, sort of trapped in an animation. Now Bay, 6 kills to the name, gonna head and try and win this one out. But Joe, I just don't see it happening. These defensive positions are very solid. I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day. I just don't know if that applies here to Bay.
Yeah, and doesn't have case to work with quite yet, but I do think this is kind of doable. Rex hasn't had the best of maps so far, and Bay kind of is. It's really Maxley's that star player that's up, as Bay has that shield to kind of work with and kind of blocks that study door if he wants to walk in over here. Has a 1v1 isolated if he wants it, but not able to win the fight. Maxley coming up big, and Make-A-Wish do, once again, get that must-win round.
Beautiful angle right there from Make-A-Wish on the defense. And that's what I said. They were just too ensconced right there. I mean, it's really hard to kind of ferret dudes out of positions like that, and that's exactly what happened at the tail end of it. Outlast, I mean, I don't know. It's unfortunate. I don't know that there's much positive we can really say about the nature of that attack, right? Like, it was a little slow. They didn't really seem to have a great information game. I mean, admittedly, they were being faced by Mute and Mozzie there to shut down on drones, but they didn't have a particularly great information game, and they kind of just got eaten alive in the mid, like operator by operator, in the mid stage of the round, just one after another, until you were in a situation where it was just untenable. That is good news, I think, for Make-A-Wish. Not only was that, as we said, a must-win round, but I think it's a bit of a morale boost to relatively handily beat your opponents right there on their first attacking round. It sort of will, I think, reinforce the biases that they might have about the Outlast statistics right there.
Yeah, no, I think the Solus was big again, though. Kicks having that information for 90 for them to get that information for them to end up pushing up. I think that's where they really got the advantage right there. Ooh, Silent, I like this little spawn pick right here. Should be able to find one right here and able to find the kill. Silent, a big first pick. Kale ends up going down. The sledge, the nades, not a great one to lose. And that's a big one for Make-A-Wish, as they are starting to get that train rolling here. Finally, a little bit late, but hey, the game is still on, and I guess it's never really too late as long as the game's still going on.
Actually does have to kind of surrender Master Bedroom. It's interesting to see the difference in how they play Master Bedroom as opposed to how Outlast played it, which was a much more aggressive Bedroom hold from the Outlast side, a little bit more passive there, just going to build up those Wamai magnets. Talk about that though. Silent Ends is facing someone down near Boar. It's Buzz, who again has been excellent overall for this side. Getting droned out right there, immediately comes back to the well. Probably needs to be a bit careful about reloading right there, staring down that angle as the first Candela goes rolling out, perfectly thrown. And is that going to open up some opportunities here for this attacking side? No, it is most certainly not. Make-A-Wish just destroys two members of Outlast and leaves them in a very uncomfortable 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, they get into Master, but at what cost? And Beastly now all down to him as Maxley ends up taking one down, gets instantly traded. But look at all of the shields. You have one in Astro and you have one on that Bricks wall. Is Silent's just going to swing. He wants it and he's able to find it. Make-A-Wish, a quick 2 rounds on their defenses. And once again, Korvik, something we expected.
Very interesting kind of difference in, I would almost call it like defensive philosophies that has been introduced in these last 2 rounds here, Joe, which is, I felt like Outlast had a very kind of high tempo aggressive defense, right? Triss was running out, they were trying to take those early gunfights. Obviously we had the spawn peak early on in this matchup, but in other ways, Make-A-Wish much more kind of passive, sort of letting Outlast play into them, come into their defenses, and then kind of cleaning up the kills when they got them into the places that they kind of designated as their kill zones. And I think I quite like that in the way that Make-A-Wish is doing it. It's also taking, I think, good advantage of the fact that Outlast does or seem to be a little hesitant on the attack, right? Like, again, much like their round number 8, where was the commit there, in terms of their attack? I never felt like there was a point in time in which Outlast really threw themselves into that in a convincing manner.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, yeah, it's interesting because I think that opening pick was definitely a lot of influence on the round. I think it's definitely, it plays out pretty differently if that doesn't happen. But at the same time, we could thought and theorize everything that could have played out in that round. Either way, I think them losing that second round, I don't think that's what's in their head. I think what it is they've just lost 2 rounds in a row. This has been their story of the season so far. I'm interested to know what's going through their heads right now because they may have a big lead and they had a big lead, but at this point, it's like you start to lose more rounds, and the more rounds that you lose, the more unsure of yourself that you become. And yeah, I think they're definitely in the danger zone, especially if they lose this one.
I think it's reminding me to a certain extent of their game against Mystic, where it always felt like they were a little ineffective at kind of preventing mid-round pressure or kind of just locking down on mid-round efforts from Mystic. It feels kind of the same way here, where Make-A-Wish is doing some pretty good work mid-round overall. It's just like Outlast doesn't seem to really have a good answer for those situations. There's a kill. Buzz down early, so a fragger gone, and of course the lion pings as well. Some valuable tool out of the tool chest there for the attackers. The other thing is, I feel like we're not really seeing a good execution on a common end goal, because partly we're not actually really getting to a situation where all 5 of them, or even 4 of them, are alive to execute a common end goal. Case in point, you now lost Beastly here as well, your only hard breacher. And there's Silent again! Finds Bay this time! Absolutely making a killing, and Outlast basically can't even get in the building. Jeez.
Silent has really woken up. I feel like I woke the beast when I said it. It was like a performance we expect better from Silent. All of a sudden, he just starts gunning. And off the back of that, they've won 3 rounds in a row. But I think you're definitely onto something. They haven't been able to really get to an execute point. But to be quite honest, I think that's mostly because, as you also noted, they don't really have maybe not an end goal, but they also don't have a start goal, it seems. They're kind of all over the place, very scattered, and just losing these one-on-one fights. And Make-A-Wish, specifically in that round, Silent, taking full advantage of what Outlast are giving them. And they have got to at least have some sort of an idea of what they want to do to deal with that early round pressure, because they are not doing a good job at mitigating it.
Yeah, I think overall, like, they are just getting crushed, right, in these early situations. We talked about the loss of the sledge early on in the previous round, round number 9. You're just losing bodies early, dropping as Silent just kind of goes off right there and starts getting kills, and there's no way for them to really functionally recover at that point in time if you're Outlast. And now, as much as we talked about the situation with Make-A-Wish and how it was frustrating for them to be losing so many rounds, that goes doubly here, I think, for the side of Outlast, because you know that you had a good defensive performance. You know that you had a lot of rounds to play with, and you know that you've gotten the better of this Make-A-Wish squad. Turns out, come back around, you can't do anything to them. They're just beating you up here when the sides have swapped, and that's got to chafe a little bit there, get stuck in the craw of these Outlast folks, and hopefully they can kind of pull it back together here. You've only got to win 2 rounds. That's it. That's all you need in order to punch your ticket on this first map.
What's so nice too is they have a timeout to work with as well if they'd like to use it. So definitely something that they have to work with, and this is a site that they have seen before, so that's also something that they have in their back pocket. And Silent does end up going down early. That's Trist early getting the pick, and it's Outlast. They look great. We said that they needed to do it, and they've done just that. They needed to have that idea to get that advantage early on in the round, and they've been able to do it as it's Trist with the entry kill and even more damage going through.
Tons of util still to work with here too, by the way. You've got 3 frag grenades in the pocket. You've got another lion ping. You haven't even used any of your X-Kairos pellets at all. That'll be the final breach charge from Ash, I think, that was almost deployed right there by Bay. They might hold on to it for just a little bit longer. But yeah, there's no dominating pressure right here. Oh, that was nearly very awkward. As Kale climbs up there trying to get that cutoff on elbow, but not to be. Too many defenders there watching, and I don't like this defensive positioning, if I'm being honest with you, Joe. It feels really squished on the backside of the map. Kixrow, though, still playing for free, bringing plenty of intel to the defenders on the top side. And that's exactly what they need in this situation to kind of monitor the pathway forward here as Trist sends out the Gemini. Trist now playing up a little bit more aggressive on that front line. Good little frag grenade roll right there, but won't end anything. Less than a minute left on the clock, and it does appear that Outlast has taken a more sufficient amount of space.
Yeah, Kix needs to find the timing. He, in a sense, needs to get lucky on this flank. Hopefully, Outlast isn't watching where he comes up, because these players on site kind of aren't in the best spot, as Maxley does end up finding a kill, which is a big one, and that means that a player from Outlast has to get off of the flank, and Rex finds a big one. There it is. The site players are stepping up. Bay gets that trade, but that's both players who are on the flank now off of it. It's the opportunity for Kix now to make the play as he's going to start working up red. He fires out a couple of shots. That makes them have to worry about it. They're unsure of themselves on what they want to do as Max finds Beastly somewhere else. Bay just has to run through the smoke. They're both taking so much damage. Make-A-Wish tie us up at 5.
Too slow. I mean, I genuinely, we actually are seeing, I think, the thing that we were talking about, too slow, and they struggle on the execute. They got to a decent point right there where they were in a position where it felt like they could do something. You know, for the first time in a couple of rounds, it really felt like they were in a position where they could do something, and they just sort of stalled out. And you could almost feel there, as they were kind of hanging out on the doorway, that they didn't really necessarily know how to clear that position. And I mean, admittedly, it's a difficult situation. I'm not going to take it away from them, right? That's not an easy spot to be in, but it was just kind of like they didn't know what to do. And you can't be, I think, suffering from that kind of analysis paralysis when your rounds are already so hard to win. You're struggling already. You've got to have some sort of action plan. Yes, was it a bad, disadvantageous situation? 100%. But there's got to be something. You've got to be able to apply pressure from an opposite direction. But no, and then, of course, all of it under the gun there, Joe, because of the time.
Yeah, and I think Kix actually made the right decision. You'd think that, and a lot of players who maybe aren't as experienced or composed in those situations would just go for the flank up red early, and you saw it. The players in Outlast were aware of his position down there, and they were looking at it, and he did a really good job at kind of faking it out, you know, raining those shots in and trying to really bait some attention for Outlast over there, and they got one pick out of it, and even then it made them a little bit slow on their execute. A silent takes a lot of damage right there, almost getting caught out early again, but it's those players on site who are now starting to step up for Make-A-Wish. Everybody's starting to step up now, and I think that was all off the back of a little bit of confidence on their really early picks, and gave them some assurance that as rounds would go on further, they could still do it.
All right. It's been 30 seconds into the round. Outlast still has all the bodies, so they've still got plenty of options. They can make this one work. I believe. You just need to win 2 rounds. Never mind, they lost a body. That'll be actually getting the kill. Trist is getting aggro. Okay, I do like this, actually. Push in, get aggressive, try and maybe do something that Make-A-Wish isn't expecting. And this is good. You've taken Master Bedroom now. That said, this is what Make-A-Wish wants them to do. They do actually quite like them taking this much space. They kind of turn Master Bedroom into a killing ground, and you see it being illustrated right there. Fortunate, though, that they're able to trade back and get the kill onto Silent.
Yeah, and you see 2 players have to work up their red stairs here in Outlast, and you definitely said it. The pace had to go quicker, and they do just that. And I hate that Will My Bug so much sound, and Jake's taking damage. And Outlast, they have to figure out how they're going to break this setup, because they've done the good job at getting that control early and backing them down, but they need to find that idea of what they want to do for this execute to really get into sight, because that's something they have been lacking.
Right, and that is, we mentioned it a couple of times, and I think they're probably going to struggle with it a little bit again here, because it doesn't feel particularly decisive right now. They're taking a lot of time here in the mid game. They still have 3 frag grenades to work with. It's not like they don't have tools, and now they've lost 2 bodies. Oh, I don't know. I mean, you can't even see it happen. It happens so fast, and Make-A-Wish has just wrenched this sucker back around all the way to match point for them, and the Outlast attack curse weighs heavily over the heads of that team.
Shouldn't be that hard, should it? Just can't find a way to do it.
It shouldn't be, but I do want to point out that I think consistently, and I'd have to go back and look, but I feel like consistently every single round, Joe, on the attack, Make-A-Wish has had the first casualty, or no, Outlast has had the first casualty, right? I think there was maybe one round in here somewhere that Make-A-Wish lost a body first. I mean, they've almost been consistently playing at a 5-4 within the first minute of the round, and I think that makes it really hard, especially when you're already a team that likes to play a little bit slow. You just don't have the bodies to justify that kind of play style. And you know what the best part of that attack was, Joe? Was the very beginning when they played hyper aggro and just took Master Bedroom. That was the best part of that attack, and it does make you kind of wonder why they aren't trying those kind of aggressive pushes a little bit more throughout. It's not like they don't have people who can't play in the environment.
Absolutely. They have players that can play in that environment. And 100% a good point. That's when they've been at their best. I also think that's when Make-A-Wish has been at their best. You know, when both teams are the ones being the aggressors. It's kind of been whoever is the aggressors are the ones winning the rounds, and you do have to pick your moments. You don't want to be stupid about it. You don't want to be silly about it, a little too goofy about it, but you still have to do it. You have to be the ones making the plays happen. And ever since we've swapped sides, that's been Make-A-Wish. Outlast have, in flashes, done that, but it's been that lack of consistency in doing that. They've slowed it down a little bit too much. It's not always the worst thing in the world to slow it down a little bit and kind of gather yourself, get your bearings together a little bit, but it's a little much when you're allowing the other team to get right back into it and get their footing as well.
Yeah, no, I agree, and this is going to be a hard... Ooh, good kill there. Okay, there you go. Now you've got the opening kill. That's important. Maybe you can make a play off of this, push it into overtime. This is exactly what you needed. Now you've got 2 kills. All right, you're building momentum. Triss gets in there, gets another one. Perfect. Exactly what they needed. Okay. One back the other direction. You still got, not what they needed, but they still got the man advantage, Joe. You still got plenty of tools to play with. You got 3 frag grenades in the pocket right now that you can use, and you've got plenty of ability to destroy the verticals. You just have to clear out this last roamer on the top floor, and you can make something happen.
I believe that drone did go through as Butters actually gets taken downstairs. So now Nobody's really in sight. Both of them getting ready to make a play as Max knows he's found out. He has to rotate all the way back, and he is so far off of sight. And Rex, mute is so big and clunky, and he is going to be heard from a mile away no matter what he's doing. So for me, it's really going to be Maxley who has to step up and make this play right here, as there's only a minute left, and they are down quite big on bodies. So Make-A-Wish has to be the one to make the plays here.
Does Rexity there, just keeping that angle in mind. Maxley could slink back into this, but Beastly's just going to go ahead and get the plant down. Rexity stepping forward here, going to try and deny as best they can. Checks behind the counter, gets caught by Buzz from the opposite direction. Maxley, the Nitro Cell, going out, finds the kill onto Beastly. Exactly what they needed. They didn't need that, though. Trist finishes the deal, comes running down the Astro stairs, and there is an overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Outlast finding their feet in round number 12.
They finally got us one. Finally. They had to not let that percentage slip too much. You know, the consistency has to be there.
Yeah, you're right.
The only downside of that attack win, Corbic, they do send us to that overtime. They extend the map a little bit, so they have not yet quite lost it. But guess what they got to do? They got to win another one.
Yes.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
And as we know from experience, that's been a challenge.
A difficult
challenge for the Outlast side. And it's on AVG as well. They did win that last one on the tertiary, so there's that to keep in mind. I don't know. I wouldn't be selling high right now on the Outlast stock, despite them finally being able to pull one together. It was a good round. I'll give them that. It was a good round. And what was the kind of decisive factor there, Joe, as well? It was the early kills. They got the early kills. They shut down the Make-A-Wish roam before it could really start cooking, and they even still had problems with a bit of a roam at the end, but they shut down at least two of those operators before things got out of hand for them, and I think that's what was absolutely critical. Can they do it again here on AVG? I don't know. Much like you said on the very first round, this is probably going to be determined way far away, and wow. I actually think that's borderline unforgivable. I don't think you do that, Joe. I don't think you do that. I don't think you go that far out for that. That's a big loss in a critical round.
It was a reach.
Yeah,
that's
reaching for the stars. I don't know about that one.
Reaching a hand in the cookie jar and getting your hand chopped off, like one of those little Halloween buckets. You know, the bowls. Where the little hand comes down when you put your hand in. Just the little Frankenstein hand just comes down on you. That's what just happened right there. And Make-A-Wish now down. And I think you're 100% right. They've struggled to win attacks so much, and that is a great pick as Silent finds that kill, and that drone is on. He's going to have to scurry on out of there, but the damage is done. He's found that pick back in a big one. Ooh, he almost had that. He almost had that with the SMG-11, but Butters does a little bit of damage right there, but Make-A-Wish, even though Kicks made that play, questionable one at that, they found themselves right back into the driver's seat. Outlast have to be the ones to aggress here, and oh my lord!
Oh, that's something. Trist walking into the bomb site, picking up a kill. Trist gets another one. Oh, here we go. Outlast, cooking with gas. Is this what they needed? Trist can't find the third, though. Silent stepping up. Big, huge plays from Silent. The triple kill. It's Buzz alone here, pushing in, has the angle, gets it, and now into the 1v1 here, Joe. Maxley versus Buzz with a lot on the line. And it works! Maxley slow walks it. Buzz leans his head out just a little too far. And Max finds that kill. Exactly what was needed right there. Woo! Maxley has been delivering for this Make-A-Wish side all the time tonight. This has been an outstanding map for Maxley.
I mean, I feel like we say that a lot about him. He's been the guy for them. He's been the guy for them for sure. I mean, it felt like when he was in that 1v1, he won it already. The second I saw him on the flank, I'm like, all right, we're going. Make-A-Wish wins this round. And I didn't think he'd even have any resistance. I thought he was about to have someone not looking at him at all. And he ends up winning that fight, a big one. And they put themselves on a match point. But as both teams have struggled to do immensely on this map, it's win attacks, and one of these two teams is going to have to do it to win. Well, I mean, Make-A-Wish doesn't, but it'd be nice to close it out now, wouldn't it?
It would be. It would be very nice for them to close it out now, but lest we forget, this is where Outlast shines here on the defensive side. I don't have any reason to think that they won't shine here again, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, I was going to say, I thought to a certain extent their confidence might have been a little bit blown, but on the last 2 rounds, they have played, I mean, with quite a bit of vigor. I don't think we can count them as out of this just yet, so we'll see what Make-A-Wish can muster. You know that they want to put it to bed, though. I couldn't agree more.
And I mean, it's going to be Maxley, right? I think a big part of it is actually Silent. I think ever since he's really asserted himself into this game is really when they've been winning. They weren't winning at the beginning. That's when he had a slow start. He started getting kills when they switched over to that defensive side, and that's when they've been winning their rounds. And we have yet to see him on an attack round since that kind of flip of that switch. So I think it's a little bit different of a Make-A-Wish team, as they've found a lot of control here early as well, and not a lot of resistance. And wow, I can will the worst of things.
You spoke his name unto death right there. And he's immediately picked off. Great kill by Kix. Kix finds 2. He's making amends for what happened last round. He knows he bit off more than he can chew, and he's showing that he could be a good, reliable boy. It's 2 kills right there, and that sets a bad tenor here for Outlast. But before you get too excited, Make-A-Wish fans, don't forget that Outlast has come back from a worse situation like this on this Villa map, and they are perfectly capable of doing it here again. Butter's there, sneaking along below. Kale watching hallway down towards elbow. Everybody just kind of positioning themselves poised, but it's Kix again. Another huge play. Kix row with the quad. He wants to go for the ace. Why not let him have it? He won't find it. Max gets it, but Make-A-Wish gets the map, and that's what they care about.
Kix is him. Going in, hitting some nice shots, bringing it back when it looked a little scary right there. I mean, I thought Silent had to be the guy. Not necessarily the case when you have Kix shooting like that. And he made nearly an identical play to what Triss did earlier. He just walked straight in, ended up killing that player on red stairs, another one right on site, and he just took the space that was given. And it's something we noted earlier. We've said it repeated amount of times, and whoever was the aggressor was going to win this map, and really every round that it happened. And at that point, it was Kix. He was the aggressor everywhere he was on the map. He took the control where it was needed. He found the kills where it was, and that is what got them to win that attack. Only their second of the map.
Yeah, Kix row, take a bow, because honestly, just beautifully played in a clutch situation. You couldn't have asked for anything better. Classic Ash stuff. Just kind of ran in there and clicked heads. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Joe. That was a grinder. Like, that was a grueling match, and Make-A-Wish gets away with it, right? They come out with the W, but that was their map pick of Villa. Worth pointing that out. So I think they would have liked to have won that with a little bit more of a comfortable margin. But looking ahead to the next map, it is Oregon. Outlast will not have, as far as I understand it, the advantage of starting on the defensive side. They're going to have to go right back into the attack, and that's a little worrying, right? If you're sitting in the Outlast side, you know that's going to be rough, and you know that you're going to take a real beating there on that attack.
Yeah, no, that to say the least. What, 1 for 7 on attacks? That is well below their average. Not on their map pick, of course. That is a map that Make-A-Wish have shown prowess on, and they are going to their map pick. That's kind of my one little saving grace, I guess, for them. They're going to be a lot more comfortable attacking that map than really any map I guess they could have chosen today. So I think that'll be something to look out for. I think they'll have their full 5 once again, as I think Buzz will go right on back to the benches. They'll get their 5th right back in, but we are going to go to a break, and we are going to see what Oregon looks like after this tiny short little break.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to SFCL. It is week number 5, the last of the Swiss Open rounds here. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Joe, as we're looking at a match here between Outlast and their opponents, who have honestly been putting up a heck of a fight, coming out on that last map with a win. And you do kind of have to ask, what can Outlast do to overcome Make-A-Wish at this stage, Joe? Because you felt like on the last map, they should have had it. They were so close, yet they just could not find whatever the mysterious ingredient X was there to fix this situation.
I have 2 words. This is big. It's revolutionary, groundbreaking. I promise. Win attacks. That's all they
Yep,
have to do.
that's fair.
It's
The
that
attacking side
simple.
was the letdown.
And it was weird because in multiple places they had it good. Their early round was good some rounds, their mid round was good some rounds, and their end round was good some rounds. The problem is only one time did they do all 3 of those things in one round. They have to find a way to put them all in place. As I believe we do have some stats, and we can look more so at what happened in those beginning rounds and really who stepped up. And you just see the entries. That's not a bad thing for Outlast at all. They actually come out on top with those entries, and I will assure you, not all of those were on their defenses. So I just think it's them really needing to tie everything together in one solid round and do that maybe 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, I do feel like the entries on the attack were a serious issue for them, despite what this scoreline kind of belies. But in general, I mean, you look at the overall distributions of the players and you look at the overall distributions of the cost. I mean, they are kind of lagging just a little bit here. Maxley, obviously a huge threat. Kixrow going off big there at the tail end. Things that you kind of have to pay attention to, right? You can't ignore. I mean, Buzz has played very well for this Outlast side. So anything that they can do to kind of enable Buzz to get him in a better position and get Trist going as well. Those are the 2 critical things, in my opinion, to really kind of on the attack at least really get them into play. And we know that they can do that. We saw Trist make some good plays. We saw Buzz make some good plays. It's just maybe more, how do you enable them to do better results on Oregon?
Yeah, and I think Oregon is a map that you can put your star players in positions to succeed at times. I think it's a lot like Villa, so I think it's similar in that sense, but they have kind of some time to readjust into that, and they really do need to get their star players going and play behind those guns. Because to be quite honest, that's what Make-A-Wish did. They played behind Silent, they played behind Max, they played behind Kix when he was hot. They did that, and off of the back of that, the rest of their players were able to pick up the scraps and close things out. So I think Outlast need to do a better job at when those opportunities happen. For instance, when Bay goes big, or when Trist literally walked into sight and got 2-3 kills by himself. You need to have your rest of your teammates capitalize on that situation. They weren't able to do it. Make-A-Wish was. That was the difference maker in that first map. But obviously, this is a different map, so we'll see if that kind of changes over on Oregon.
Yeah, no, we did talk about this at the tail end of Villa, but we should bring it up again, right? This is not advantageous for Outlast because they will not get the defensive start that they absolutely needed right there. They that was really what gave them the big cushion when you were looking at Villa. They're not going to have that luxury. So whatever issues they need to make up on their attacking side, they need to make that up PDQ, right? Like they've got to find the tools that they need to pull this together as quickly as possible. Interesting ban from Outlast, Ying coming in right there, and I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. I mean, I feel like there are maybe some other operators who are a little bit more dangerous. In fact, I don't even think, in terms of banned attackers overall so far this season, Ying has I mean, I guess she's kind of holding strong at second, but usually Nook is the one who gets taken out, and maybe Outlast is planning on using Nook here. I would assume she is very strong on Oregon.
Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption to make. Ying is very powerful, especially on Oregon. I think this is probably her best map, especially on basement. But nonetheless,
Yes.
I digress. The whole thing is I think if you're planning to not use it, definitely ban it. So you don't really need to bring a warden. Obviously, you can't bring a warden. I mean, you have the 1.5 on the MPX, but the Ying is quite powerful. So I think against a team like Make a Wish, it might be a bad ban, but in general, I think it's not a bad ban. But I think you're definitely right. I'm maybe not a big fan of it in this specific matchup, but hey, I guess we'll see what they've got cooking up.
Attackers
My
need to
issue
locate
here
and
is that you
defuse
already know that the
bombs.
attacks are going to be a struggle for you, right? Like, so yeah, you're giving yourself the opportunity to use Nook, let's say, but they're just going to run it back on you, I guess, when you're on the other side. But I mean, if you feel more confident in your defensive capabilities, maybe you think that the Nook is an advantage for you, but a disadvantage for your opponents. I won't deny, yeah, like you said, it's a good map for Ying. It's just, yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. Anyway, looking ahead towards basement. Let's see what the defensive lineup we've got going here is. Your sort of classic extensions, your shields, whatever. Silent roaming
10
on
seconds remaining.
the Oryx is going to be a player to watch because you made this connection towards the tail end of our last match there, Joe. Kind of when Silent does
Attackers must
well,
locate and
Make-A-Wish
defuse the
tends to
bomb.
follow. And on those rounds, especially on the earlier stages, if it was a Villa where Silent was, no pun intended, but kind of silent, they did kind of struggle, right? So he's a gun you want to get going early and you want to get going frequently. Good effort right there, by the way, by Trist to sort of bait the kill. Unfortunately, can't quite make it stick. Appreciate the thought that went into that little bit of chicanery, though.
And what's so great about that kind of pressure is he gets away without taking any damage. And look at the amount of time that really costs them. And they still have to re-drone. So it's the little things, and especially on a defense like this, on basement, wasting time is great because it gives the other team less time to execute. And that's a luxury that you really can't have as a defender, as unfortunate timing for Kales. It almost finds that hill, and Max lanes are getting down, and basically everyone gets down. Silent back over to T2. So I mean, it's great for them. And Silent actually didn't go back to T2. He stays around, and Kidge finds a kill onto Trist. That is the Iana. But ends up getting taken down right away. But that's not necessarily the worst engagement you could have an Iana for a North.
No, and that's a relatively, I think, decent trade right there. Good kill by Bay. They needed that. That's Maxley, the big gun from Villa, getting shut down early on. Butters is still up here, and they still haven't really dealt with every threat. I almost think that Kixrow might be kind of lurking in this top area as well, and sure enough, I'm right. Kixrow is hiding in garage, and they have no idea. Kixrow could just slam down on the back of the neck of two Outlast players, and they would not be able to do anything about it there as Rexy drops. And okay, if you're going to do it, you got to do it soon. And sure enough, here comes Kixrow. Picks one up, still has Kiva barricades to play with as well.
What a great play for them to flood site. The only issue is Beastly. The one with the case is just too slow. And now that they have the case to work with, 45 seconds. Kix also has a couple of zombie barricades to use. Some Kibas, as they are called, to try and deny that space, as Kix has the hatch to work with. And a little bit of a blunder. That was a round that Outlast really should have just won blatantly, but now they have some work to do as they need to go grab this ace. As those Kiva barricades shouldn't be an issue anymore, as Mike W working up Freezer, but Butters plays a cheeky angle as well as kicks onto the case, as Outlast missing a golden opportunity to take that first attack.
Ooh. Drones? I need to I want to go back and look and see how many drones that they had towards the tail end of that. I mean, I feel like they should not have been caught out like that. What, 3 times in the round? They kind of got quasi ambushed right there, if not just straight up ambushed by Make-A-Wish roamers hiding in various positions. And it's not like you don't know that Make-A-Wish likes to go big and wide and get aggressive, because that's all they did on Oregon. It was like one of the hallmarks of their defensive rounds was that they played out. They played really aggro. and you kind of come back over here to this map, and you're kind of letting them do the same thing again and not expecting it. I mean, some of those kills I think are slightly unforgivable. You look at Kixrow hiding in the garage, like that just should not be happening at that stage of the map.
Yeah, and I think it's that aggression that kind of puts them off and makes it hard to keep track of, because there's so much chaos going around in the map, right? That, you know, someone swings something that you're not necessarily prepared for, and all of a sudden all eyes go to them, and it really sometimes is a struggle to keep track of every single position. And, you know, one player slipping through the cracks at the right time can really foil the rest of your attack, and I think that's what happened right there. They saw a couple of players getting really aggressive early on, and, you know, it allowed someone to get into his position that they shouldn't have been able to get into. But Butters finding another early pick, great one at that, and wow, what a play for Maxley to find another pick. I like the risk. Well, I don't like the risk because they already had the man advantage, but I like it now. Butters, a beautiful shot, and look at the time. 45 seconds have gone by, and 3 players from Outlast are already down, and almost a fourth. Make it 4. Good heavens, it's all down to Beastly. They know where this player is. Look at Butter swing. Make that a flawless round, and good heavens, what a start to Oregon for Make-A-Wish.
Yeah. Not a lot you can really say. I mean, that has shades of the round on Villa, where they basically like couldn't even get in the building on the side of Outlast. They just get mulched as they're coming forward onto it, trying to make their entries. And Outlast has to get some attack rounds. Like they have to, right? If they want to have any hope of this, they have to find, I would say, 2 attack rounds, bare minimum. I don't think you can even go into your defensive side with 1. I think you need to find 2 bare minimum. I mean, the tertiary bomb site is one where you might be able to find it, like, but not if you're going to get destroyed on the outskirts like that because of these big, expansive attacks from the members of Make-A-Wish. You've got to be anticipating these sort of plays. You just have to be anticipating it. And yeah, I think that kind of plays into one of the issues that Outlast has, which is where they go kind of slow. They don't feel super confident. But it's almost like that's kind of what's required right now. Like, you have to go, if you're going to go slow, at least go slow and be very cautious about how you're doing this.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right. I don't think it's a site-dependent thing. I think it's fundamentally what's going wrong for Outlast is they're just dying early to these players from Make-A-Wish before you even get close to the building, to be quite honest. So it's definitely not a site thing. It's definitely, you know, fundamentally what's going on, and it happens again. Kicks getting a big early kill. Trist actually just working his way all the way through, and this is a very powerful position for him to be. Is I don't think any player on Make-A-Wish is going to know that Trist is here. He should be good for at least 1 pick here, unless he gets caught lacking. And there is that pick, Rexavy getting taken down. That's the castle on site, and that's going to make a couple of Make-A-Wish players have to turn their heads a little bit and turn their attention away from the upstairs and help reinforce the site.
Unfortunately, the downside right there is that you are still just evening out, right? You're not getting the advantage. That comes a little bit later. Trist picking off Maxley, which is a good pick indeed. Nice attempted Nitro Cell there from Kixrow as Kale finds a second attack, and this is looking better and better by the instant. Kixrow somehow still alive. Kale wanted it, couldn't find it. They've lost track of him. They're chasing him around the bedroom. There we go. A kill coming in from Beastly right there. Now a 1v4. Mantequilla trying to creep in on the backside. And finally, Outlast has a round on the board that is exactly what they needed at this point in time.
It was the tertiary site.
It was the tertiary site.
And they brought it back as well. They gave up that early pick, and we thought it was going to happen again. But Trist, once again, the spearhead, working his way into Z, getting that first pick. And you saw all the arrows turn straight to Z to try and deal with that player and make sure that he wouldn't just walk into sight. And he ends up taking down, what, 2 more with him? Not even sure. I think it was 2 more. So Trist going out big in that round. It was all those kind of plays. And I don't know if Outlast are going to finally realize it, is that that's what they need to be doing. is playing off the back of somebody being aggressive and finding their way into a spot that maybe they shouldn't be in, and making Make-A-Wish direct their attention from outside of the map, not letting all of your teammates get into the building, but inside towards that one player who's found himself in that position. It creates space for the rest of his team to do that damage and get to the positions that they need to get to. And you saw that the second that he got that player, all the reinforcements from upstairs had to work downstairs to help the site players. And even though he did get more kills, that's not necessarily the point that I'm making. It's more so that there was only one player left upstairs, and I believe it was Kix by himself on the Mozzie, upstairs, alone, while there were 2-3 players on Outlast, which is their main push, working up there. So it's that space being created that they need to play off of.
Indeed, Trist, another beautiful entry kill. Can't find the second one, but Kix throw, he won't get away with it. Bay is there to trade it out immediately, and these are the kind of openings that Outlast needs. Where was this magic on some of those Villa rounds? Now, that said, okay, I don't want to let the cart run away here. It's still early days yet, but certainly a good start to this round for them, and very aggressive positioning here from Outlast is paying dividends. Now, however, they can't get stuck in the mid-round, right? They have to keep their intel game up. They need to know that at least 2 of the defenders are down by the bomb site here, as Rexavy just slow creeping the quarter of freedom. And Silent lets Triss know that you're the greatest, and he's not lying.
Yeah, and I think this is the one site on this map that the job is quite literally not done yet. They have this advantage, and I think on kids, maybe even that meeting site, a 4v3 is a pretty commanding lead. But with that kind of control that they have now, there's still a lot of work that they need to do. They still need to find their way into that basement. There's a lot of power positions that need to be cleared out, and even though you have numbers, it's still difficult to clear these players out. So there's still a lot of work to be done, and there's a lot of time ticking down as Rex still finding himself quite comfortable in this freezer area. And you said it, they need to not get stuck in the mid-round, and Corvic, that is exactly what they've done.
It 100% is what they've done. They've slowed down almost completely here at a critical juncture. And the unfortunate side effect is now, even though they do have the man advantage, they've just put themselves in a very difficult situation here for clearing this out at the end round. I mean, Mike is looking at dropping into the hole. Kale, though, will pick up that kill onto Rexavy. That's exactly what they needed in this scenario. They've just got to close down these last 2 defensive positions, and they've got to do it quickly, and Kale steps forward. That's Butters down. Maxley, we know that he can do amazing work when he's in difficult situations, and he keeps doing it. Headshot onto Bay, absolutely annihilates him. Still has to kill 2 more of them, though. All they have to do is play a simple trade. They won't do it. Kale thought and Maxley salvage this? Absolutely ridiculous. Mike plays that exceptionally well to win it out.
Dude, I thought he was going to do it. A nice angle for him to play. Max almost gets it done, but not able to do it. And Outlast starting to pick up some steam here, get their second round, but that would have been a really tough round to lose. But that, I mean, we can go back and say it over and over again, Corvic. That early engagement is exactly what they need. And I gotta say, like, break it down for me. Is this, like, what do they need to continue to do? What can they take away from that opening and do it on other sites? Because I think these players on the defense can play a lot more closer to site on these next 2 rounds, especially on kids. So I got to ask, how can they bring that into this site?
I mean, I think the what needs to be done here for both sides, if you're looking at the side of Make-A-Wish, I think that they need to stop. The answer to this question boils down to the same thing for both of them, which is it's all about the early round engagements, right? Which have just, I think, been setting the tempo of this entire match. Make-A-Wish needs to not lose bodies early to Trist just kind of appearing out of nowhere magically and getting kills. On the same side, Make-A-Wish needs to get kills early on. They need to catch Trist out. They need to kill him early, prevent going down early on. Outlast, obviously, I think they need to pick up their tempo, right? Mid-round, we've talked about that. They need to be able to kind of not get stuck in those really hesitant situations. I say that more almost as a quality of life change, because you know, you hate to be in a situation like you were there where you do have the man advantage, but you kind of have to, rush it, even though you don't particularly want to just get the job done. And look at that. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Triss just stepping up to the door of the bomb site and downing Silent is something that you cannot allow that to happen consistently like it is.
And they're going to be able to get him up here, I think. Yes.
They are.
Nade will not connect as Triss ends up hitting the deck, but, I mean, Triss did a great job once again at getting that opening kill there, and oh, the impact misses, and he only does damage onto himself as Triss is still on the ground. They're going to finally pick him up, but Silent, so weak, but in a pretty powerful position, to say the least, and now these two teams a little bit of a stalemate, I guess you could say, as Outlast have really stacked themselves up over here. They need to find a place that's not Master or Trophy to sit and get some angles ready.
Stalemate is a good word for it, and you would almost be tempted at this stage to have your sledge underneath with frag grenades, like throwing them up into the destructible floor parts of like kids, let's say. I think you could actually catch somebody out if you did that. But, instead you've got Trist hard holding the angle on the door. Kixrow taking a little bit of damage here, trying to contest. Still got somebody outside, which is wild. And there's the kills. They flood in for Make-A-Wish. Trist is down. Kale does actually manage to get it back the other direction. You lost Mike in that exchange as well, so you're dropping bodies. And they just keep dropping. Butters finding kills out of nowhere. And suddenly, the standoff ends almost as quickly as it began, and you just got Kale outside, and Butters takes the honor of jumping out the window and finishing him off.
Well, that was better for Make-A-Wish. It was a little bit better.
Wild.
I also think it was not well done from Outlast. I think they tried to square up 1v1, just straight in there. And I think taking those squared up 1v1 fights is what lost them Villa.
Yep.
And
yep.
They just went back to that after having a pretty fairly good 2 rounds. They just throw it away and do that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
they do. I mean, it's a situation where you felt like they could have done a little bit better with their positioning. Again, in the mid-round, they had some tools to work with, right? They had the ability to maybe pick off some of those kills, and Trist did open things up for them to a certain extent right out the rip right there, but they just weren't able to capitalize on it, and I think that that's good for Make-A-Wish. It's very stabilizing, but, I mean, I will give Outlast credit. I did say that they had to get 2 rounds in the pocket. They've done that. So I think even with a 4-2 swapping sides here, considering how good Outlast looks on the defense, I think that that's a perfectly acceptable attacking half for them, even if they lose this round.
Definitely agree, but I think it's also a position where they could really win this attack round as they find an early kill.
There you go.
Again. Look at Mike W over there finding Silent, catching him out, and that's the Wamai. So a lot of utility denial with that. They don't have a Jaeger to work with, so it's pretty good for them. And Trist has put himself in a nice spot. Again, he's just finding the weaknesses right now, getting himself into positions that he really should not necessarily find himself in. As there's only 30 seconds into the round, and he is already in freezer. That is
wild.
Great. A great thing for him. And so is Bay. Look at them. The pace is just so much faster, and that is a great thing for them right now.
Yeah, the increase of pace, it's much like on Villa. When they go fast, it's when they do the best, right? Like, those are the rounds that really make a difference. They also, I believe, did get the camera hack there from the Dokkaebi. I think I saw that go down. So they should have access to defender cams here as well, which is just another big advantage in their corner. Yeah, sure enough, they've been hacked. So going to make everything a little bit more difficult for the side of Make-A-Wish when it comes to the intelligence game. Maxily, though, still an unmarked quantity there on the Warden. I don't think they've got that particularly shut down. Triss doing a little bit of scouting here on the Gemini, a good idea of what awaits them, but they can't really get the frag grenade in the position they need to. That was not a bad throw, but it just doesn't go far enough, though. Instead, it's Kale who picks up a kill onto Rexavy. Perhaps opens the floodgates here for another round win. I say that, though, and I did mention Maxily, unmarked quantity right there. Joe gets back in and immediately trades one out.
He just needs to be on that warden at all times, the shot that he hitting on that gun, and bringing it back a little bit. And we've seen them in this position falter a little bit in this 3v4, but I think they are in a little bit better of a position. The only issue is Outlast is playing this far better than they did last time. They're going to decide to spread themselves out a little bit and end up executing the backside. So a good spot for them to be. Applying pressure in multiple areas is the thing that you want to do, as there's only 35 seconds left, and they really need to start making their play right here. And Make-A-Wish, they have the utility towards this backside. It's just going to be on if Outlast can get the timing. 25 seconds. They're ticking away. It looks like the execute's about to come in. Flashes, nades, everything you could ask for. Bex drops the hatches, kicks, takes a lot of damage, and
Seconds left.
Beastly has put himself over here. The only problem is there's only 10 seconds. You need to find the kills or put the bomb down, as Kale wins a huge fight, but Butters finds one himself on the front side. But Outlast winning the fights when they need to, and they take the third attack round of this split. How on earth have they come away with that?
Oh me, oh my. Are we going to be seeing a border? Yeah, I'll be honest. It wouldn't surprise me. We saw a border. It was a lucky finish right there for Outlast. I do want to point out that, yes, they did win that round, but they were still exposed to the same pressures that I've been pointing out pretty consistently, which is that time frame. Rough for them right there, but that's okay. You picked it up. You got a 3-3. That's better than expectations. Now you just need to play that same really solid defense that you saw on Villa, and you can extend your lifeline on this and take it all the way to border, where honestly that's anybody's game at that point in time. So let's see if they can muster it, Joe. Let's see if they can actually do this. Given how well they did on Villa, I would not rule it out that they can just clean this up on the defensive half.
You'd hope that they can. They are a great defensive team, but I think Oregon can, as we've seen, be semi-attacker sided, especially if you find that opening pick and work around it accordingly. I also think that's kind of the meta entry is big in that. So I think it really is going to continue to be those opening engagements being what barely decides the round. Obviously, it's, the round's not going to be over the second somebody gets a kill, but that team should have a very large advantage. And you see Make-A-Wish going for something a little more direct. They're kind of all over the place at the moment. I can't lie. Because you have a player big window, nobody small tower side. You got someone T1. You got players everywhere.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, it's, I think, going to be a bit of a challenge here for Make-A-Wish to kind of consolidate their forces such as it is, because I feel like they are very spread out for a basement attack, and I don't think that they necessarily needed to go into this quite as dispersed. They themselves, I think, because they play a bit big on the roam, I think they're very paranoid about that. And this is kind of a reflection of that, in my opinion. Now, it's going to work out because they're going to catch Bay in the net, but they are losing time here because it took them almost a minute to do that, and they're still sort of chasing phantom threats on that top floor. And the entire time, you're sort of just burning daylight, right? Like, you've got to get down and get into a position where you can actually attack the bomb site sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but they do find another kill, and it's a good thing, but you're right. Not a lot of progress has been made, but they kind of don't really have a decision here. They kind of have to go backside, and that case is still front side somewhere over there. And we'll see what they decide to do with that case right there, but all of their control at the moment is really on this backside. Is they need to do it, but Sledge ends up getting caught out. Silent finds one, Max finds another as well, and they're just going to try and overrun site as it's all down to Mike W in the clutch, not able to find it. Silent getting a big couple of kills as Make-A-Wish take that opening attack round. And I mean, Outlast, this should be their better side, but it's definitely not looking like it so far.
Yeah, definitely not the good start. definitely not the good start that we were hoping for from them. And I mean, again, statistics they sometimes lie. Still a lot of rounds left to play. I feel a little. I was so confident. I was like, oh hey, look, Outlast is gonna bury this, and then Make a Wish. Even with a very
Attackers
dispersed
need
to
to
start,
locate
just
and
kind of
defuse this bomb.
munch on everything that Outlast had. So, woo. All right. That's a freebie, right? That's a do-over. You haven't played defense in a couple of rounds. It's all good. Don't let that happen again. And maybe it'll be okay. Oh man. Uh, Looking at it as well, I think one of the problems that Outlast had was they just weren't winning gunfights in that one, and that's something that I think periodically they have struggled with that issue a couple of times. Really, truly though, they need some of that magic that they had on Villa, where they were getting those early kills and kind of catching teams off with these really kind of aggressive defensive plays. They need that to actually bear dividends here, right? Like, at the very least, let's say the Oryx is a good example. At the very least, Oryx needs to trade there. Like he has to get the down or the kill at minimum for that to have been of any value whatsoever.
Yeah, but they're not opting for something like that. You have first on the Mel getting really aggressive, and they're not really extending their reach on the site. I mean, you have Mike W, but it's these two big fat operators that are really doing that. Everyone else is kind of alone on site, and you have the Dokkaebi to help you clear out those players, which is very nice to have. And I think it's Outlast giving up a lot of control that I personally don't like, because they've been at their best when they're contesting for that. And you have a player on T2 right now, and have a couple of players ready to fight for it. And I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of everything that's going on, but Max is looking like he wants to get involved. He wants to see what that shotgun tastes like.
Oh no. Maxley prepping the frag grenade. Not a bad throw. It's Mike. Shrugs it off. The 3 armor coming in big right there. But Mantequilla does found Kale. And I don't know necessarily where they're at. Maxley here is effectively trapped. One defender in the tower. Good trade coming in right there. Just not paying attention. Silent gets the kill. And Bay now stepping up. Stepping forward, and they are in sight here. It's been breached quite comprehensively. Bay, though, wrenching it back. Gets a good kill right there onto Rexivy. Tries to keep this going. Can't look the other direction. Gets killed by Silent. And here comes Mike walking back in, and they know where Mike is. Look at that sight line that's coming out right there from Silent. Doesn't work. Mike's still alive, but he's in the 2v1. He doesn't have a lot of tools to work with. He gets the down right there. And this is about as tense as it gets right here. Mike and Maxley squaring off, and Maxley's going to go for the plant, because I guess that's just what you do. He fakes off of it, though, and keeps the 1v1 alive.
And he's just going to play all the way back and use that sound that's going through. And Mike throws out the C4. They now have information on each other, but Max now can go right back to what his original plan was. You'll hear this mute coming from a mile away. That bomb now down. Max has all the ability in the world to clutch this out, as does Mike. But the one thing is that player who is down should be able to see Mike right here. That is information for him, and Mike still has to clear out a couple of things. He's so weak as Maxley swings out, finds the kill, and Make-A-Wish take that second attack round so early, and this has quite literally flipped the script.
Yep, it has. Again, another round where you feel like that really should have been a bit of a W right there for the side of Outlast, and instead, you're in a desperate situation where Bay is having to try and make it stick. I mean, that's just as simple as it was. They even only were in that scenario because Bay was able to pull it back to the 2v2. Otherwise, they would have been comprehensively overwhelmed. And I mean, I'm not going to knock Mike for the way that they were playing that. They were doing a very good job of trying to secure that, and they got the down that they needed and everything. It's just, you can't be asking so much of players in those kind of scenarios. You're back down to the basement now. They're just bouncing between sites. I can't blame them for shifting it up again. This time, they need Bay to get some sort of kill on the roam. I think that's the most important thing for me here in this setup. They must find an early kill and just take some of the wind out of the sails of this Make-A-Wish attack.
They have to. And I mean, look at the pace that they're going for. Hello. You see what's going on the left side of your screen.
Bomb and defuse it.
And I fear for Outlast, actually, on this moment, just because look at how far that they are. These rounds, they've needed to contest off of sight. And because of that, they might be in a bad spot. There's no real coverage inside of sight as they're going to start droning out. Look how many players are off of sight. There is a smoke that's about to go through. That should be enough to halt the push at least a little bit. But here they go. The Lion goes through. The smoke not going to do enough damage. Look at Maxley sprint right through it. He's going to go for the kill. There is help right there, but he's not going to find the kill. Kale turns it around and finds it, but that is enough to get his teammates up and through. They have elbow control. Silent holding on, and now the information, they're going to be able to wait for it as Silent just shooting everywhere at the moment. He finds a down on one, but I am sure that he has no idea Kale is right here. As that player does get picked up over there, and Kale playing nice and close, might be 1 HP, but able to play close. The Silence are going to take him down. Butter's down as well. Tris, big double kill. It's all down to kicks, and what a bounce back for Outlast.
Is it? Is it a bounce back, or is it more that Make-A-Wish kind of gave him that one? I don't know. That was a wild thing. All of that was just crazy. Kixrow here trying forward, loses his stun grenade immediately to a Wamai. Still has one ballistic shield yet to use. He's got crossfires he needs to watch. I think maybe a little too many crossfires if we're being honest with ourselves. It'll probably be Mike, I think, who gets it. No! Kixrow goes around the corner and gets the kill. The ballistic shield saves his life a second time. And you got to admire the skill in progress right here as Kixrow goes for another one. The position given up just a little bit right there. Kixrow trying to make it work. Gets one hit, but not enough. Gets the second kill onto Beastly. You cannot be serious. Blackbeard is not going to clutch this out. Bay could swing it, and Bay does. Kixrow goes a little wide. That was the only thing that could have happened right there. Oh my lord. That was wild. What a strange round there in round number 9, Joe. I don't even know what to make of that. You had Make-A-Wish trying to rush the blitz in, sacrificing a body right there for space, but they didn't even really follow it up, and then they were just kind of playing around the entry. It's just too much going on. A very weird round. Attempted, I think, to bamboozle Outlast, and Outlast just did not fall for it. But then in the late round situation, Outlast can't pull it together against one target. My lord.
He almost had it. He almost had it. And I think right there, that would have been the nail in the coffin. It's good that he didn't clutch it, because otherwise this series would be right on over. And I mean, that is just not something you can necessarily give up. They were able to close it out in the end, though. And that is a little bit of momentum, though, for Kix, who has maybe not been struggling, but he's really found his form now, sitting at 11-5. And this is a site setup that they had pushed pretty well this last time that they had pushed it. But that was off the back of a play that they had made by just hopping into site after one kill, really, and taking all the way through. And they tried to do another thing like that in this past round. They weren't able to capitalize, and I fear for them a little bit, just that they may be going a little bit quicker than they should be. And we'll see if that continues to happen. As Silent just walking straight in. Look at that, all the space that's over here. And they have the information down there allowing him to do just that. And he's going to work his way right up into sight. Unfortunately, a Legion mine, a goo mine, that is stuck in his foot. Unfortunately for him. But, I mean, you just look around at the rest of this. The amount of space that he has to work with is pretty crazy given how early it is in the round. He's cleared out so much area of the map and just so much to work with now for his teammates, really. And we'll see what they can do off the back of that.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet round, actually, considering that the pace at which some of our others have gone down. A full minute into it, and nobody's been killed yet. And remember how I mentioned that thing about the whole Nook Ying situation? Maxley here kind of creeping in, but it's a frag grenade from Silent that claims Kale early on. That's your smoke down early too, which is unfortunate. An operator whose value really only steps up. Great murder hole, but he can't stick the kill. Oh, Mike. You had such a perfect opportunity right there, and it just doesn't finish. And now you're back to one of these awkward sort of standoff situations. We've seen this bit of tape before here, Joe, because last time we were in a spot like this, all of a sudden Make-A-Wish just started exploding with kills, and there's the first one. Kixrow finds Trist as Maxley is pushing his way up the stairs. The big gun right there, but it's Silent who gets cut down first. Bay holding position again in this second floor bomb site. Really a champion up here in this kind of middle room of holding on. And Beasley, what are you playing at? As Bay gets one more, just keeps it alive inch by bloody inch, but a 3v2 is not favorable.
No, it's not for them. But the good news is they kind of have some good positions to really be in. And it's still on a Make-A-Wish to push, and a beautiful shot for Bay to even up the odds. And Make-A-Wish are still in this down position. They may have had the man advantage, but they still have to get in over here. And it's just going to rely on Butters to win a fight. He does just that. And Mike W not able to win it. Rexavy finding the kill and reestablishing their lead and putting themselves onto series points.
Oh, it's unfortunate. You needed Outlast. I thought they came at it with the 3-3. I really thought that they could turn this around. This is their, defense is their thing. 69% win rate going into tonight on defense. Villa, spectacular play from them on defense. Just not there. It's just genuinely not there. And whether that is a fatigue thing, I mean, it's not like Outlast isn't a team of people who are used to playing a lot of Rainbow Six Siege, but whether it's a fatigue thing or whatever it is, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know how you salvage this right now. I mean, you just need to win 2 rounds, and they can't. It doesn't seem to really matter what bomb site they are. They can't seem to get those early kills. And more than I think a lot of Siege matches that I've watched in recent memory, Joe, this one just has been so heavily dictated by who dies first. And it's not ever seeming to fall in Outlast's favor here in these last couple of rounds.
No, it hasn't. But I feel like it's almost been to their own doing. I think what Make-A-Wish is doing is what Outlast was doing very well with Trist, is just wiggling their way into places that are very uncomfortable for the defenders. And, it was Trist for Outlast, and now it's Silent for Make-A-Wish. And they're just getting themselves into spots that's making Outlast, like I said, uncomfortable. They're not necessarily sure how they want to deal with these players, and picks just fall around them. And I think that's something that Make-A-Wish has been doing very well, and something that they have yet to really do in this push. But they have Maxley on that Amaru, and I'm excited to see what they plan to do with that.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice, and I think I kind of expected it to pop a little bit earlier, but they're playing it actually genuinely quite cautiously. I mean, obviously, one of Amaru's big benefits is the ability to rapidly kind of reposition in the context of the map. That's a for sure kill if you hit that right. What? How? Okay, how do you also not notice? Dude!
Okay.
Ah!
That's unreal.
I'm sorry. I know screaming is unprofessional on the mic, but oh my good God. And Trist is down too. It's a 5v3. It's a disaster. Outlast the dreams and the memes here in this round.
Interesting. All right, look at that. Silent finding another kill. 5v2 now. 5v2 now for them. And really, it's on them to lose it. You have Butters in this top main position. It's really just down to Cal and Mike W. They've pulled off some crazy clutches before, but they have to find it again. And what's good about it is none of these players on Make-A-Wish are really providing them an opportunity to make it happen, as that Frost is now picked out. And there it is, 2 kills going through. They have the information. This player on White Kale finding it. It's now down to a 2v2. Is Mike W going to try and go for this? He ends up accidentally dropping the hatch, though, and it's now a 2v1 on site if they can find it. But Corbic, how the hell did we get into this position?
Wild that they managed to drag this one back. And Rexav gets the kill onto Kale. Kale's moment of heroism shut down there. And everything now onto the back of Mike, who is going to have to make one heck of a play. Tries to creep up the stairs here, but I think they've got their number right there. Mike stepping up to the door. He's almost certainly going to be under gunfire if he steps into it. The plant is going down. Mike tries for the aggressive swing. What else is he going to do in this situation? He's got to win 2 separate gunfights. He technically wins 1, and now he just has to find the sledge, and he's playing a game of blind man's bluff, and he won't find it. Butters wins it out. And Make-A-Wish, well, take a bow. A huge, huge Oregon for them.
Oof. That'll get your heart rate, your heart bumping, your heart thumping. That was a crazy end to that map, but at the end of the day, Make-A-Wish able to close it out, but Kale and Mike almost made it happen. They did great to end up getting there, but Mike, unfortunately, dropping through the hatch leaves Kale in a pretty tough spot, and he ends up taking a fight that maybe he shouldn't have taken, ends up getting taken down. It was all on them to lose, and Mike literally pixels off of extending that game a little bit more, but it wasn't meant to be, as Make-A-Wish end up taking the series 2-0 and 7-4 on Outlast map pick.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think that Outlast has anyone there to blame but themselves, really. Like, the defensive side is the side that they're good on. You know, that's the one that we talked about. We gave them a lot of credit for their ability to play that, and certainly on Villa, they did play that particularly well. But you know, it wasn't there. It was not there on Oregon. It felt like one of those maps when sometimes you get them where teams just can't do anything right. Like they try their level best. They just can't seem to find the correct answer to anything that their opponents are doing. And even in the rounds where it was close, like that last round, Joe, that felt like desperation more than anything else, right? Like despairing hero plays, it's Hale coming in clutch at the tail end, just gripping on with their fingernails to hold into this match because I just felt like they were getting outplayed the entire time.
Yeah, I think they recognize that as well, and it's kind of one of those situations where they are making those hero plays, and that's kind of why they lost the round. But also at the same time, to an extent, what other choice do you have? You're getting overran when you're playing your game. You have to try and change something up, and what you're doing isn't working. So then it's kind of like, all right, scrap everything. We just got to try and take fights and get aggressive. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And today, for them, it didn't work.
Yeah, no, it's exactly the case, and I think genuinely, Make a Wish was just the better team. Like overall, I felt like they had the better gunfights, and I mean there were certain moments in this match, right, where Triss, for example, on Oregon was doing some great work for the side of Outlast, a very talented player, getting in, creating space, causing havoc, was a consistent factor through a lot of these rounds, but look at what happened in those last couple of defenses. Who was dying first almost every single time, and how much of an impact was that having on the round? It was Trist, right? And at the end of the day, those early deaths, they were the deciding factor by, I would say, a massive margin in this match, probably more than anything else. If they had just been able to keep some of their bodies in play, I think those rounds would have gone very differently for Outlast.
Yeah, especially on Oregon. I think on Villa, it wasn't necessarily as impactful, that entry,
Indeed.
just because they even did win the entries. Obviously, it's an advantage, but not as much as it was on Oregon. I think it was definitely on Oregon. It felt like whoever had it, really, like 80%, 90%, they were going to win the round. It was just how it was, how we really saw it. And it was definitely interesting that neither team, well, I guess Make-A-Wish did end up picking up on that, but Outlast didn't, especially on their defenses. You got to think about it. Maybe make those hero plays, but Make-A-Wish make the play first. Don't give Make-A-Wish an opportunity early on to have that advantage. Make-A-Wish work for it, because if they have to work for it, they get it. Good. It was on them to end up going for it. But if you're giving them that opportunity, there's not much that Make-A-Wish really has to do. And then all of a sudden, you're kind of just shooting yourself in the foot at that point. So it's, the hero plays weren't necessarily the problem. It was just, as you said, too early.
Yeah, it is too early, and I will say that it's unfortunate right there that y- in those rounds where you're trying to come back on it and you're like Kale, you're trying to salvage it. It's just not a situation you should ever be in, right? And I think that was because they were struggling so much in the mid game. I mean, we could probably talk quite extensively about the struggles that Outlast had on the attack, but I think that the most interesting part of this was them kind of breaking apart on the defense on Oregon, but we have some stats that we can look at right here. So let's take a look at them. Butters, the standout player here on the side of Make a Wish, coming in at 12-6 with a 1.41 rating overall. And I mean, we were talking about entry differentials, Joe, and it's perfectly illustrated there on your screen.
I mean, Butters had a great map, but as you said, perfectly illustrated, +5 on the entry. If my math serves me correctly, which I believe it does, as I
Mhm.
slowly take more looks at it.
I think you're
5
right. No, you're
plus
right.
5 on the entries. That's huge. And I mean, they won the map 7-4, so pretty close on that
Yep.
point. And it's another thing to look at too is Maxley, who was your star player on the first map, wasn't the one who had as much impact, or especially early on. It was mostly Silent Kicks and Butters, and Butters having a great map. That's definitely something to be of note. He had a pretty good map the first map, but I mean, this is a great map, and when you have multiple players stepping up like that, it's really hard. And I think
Yeah.
if you kind of flip it when it's Make a Wish and Outlast, it's like if Make a Wish was the ones making those hero plays, I think it goes differently for them just because they were just winning the fights. And Outlast, you look at the scoreboard on there, nobody was really consistently winning fights. I know Kale started off the map really hot, but as we slowly got on further, it wasn't as consistent. So Make a Wish, I mean, it just sometimes it really just comes down to gunfights.
Sometimes it does, and I mean, I think that top 3 kill distribution on the side of, Make-A-Wish probably tells a pretty big story right there. We did say, or I did say at least that I just thought that Make-A-Wish was playing better, and I think that's an illustration. They were just playing better, and what do all 3 of those players have in common with those really high, kill, distributions? It's that they all had high entry kills as well, 3, 3, and 2 respectively. Silent Kicks Row, Butters, and you never felt like the other side really had any answer to that, be it on the defense or be it on their attack. I mean, even Trist, who was doing some good work at the end of the day, only 1-1 on the entry, right? Kind of fell off when they were on the defensive side. And I mean, nobody I think on that roster of Outlast is going to feel like this Oregon map was a particularly good map for them. I don't think any of them are walking away particularly happy with how it went down.
No, I think that's pretty blatantly, true. You make a great point. It's got to be frustrating, especially
Oh
that
yeah.
being your map, and
Yep.
coming away playing like that. It's not the greatest thing, and that also is their end to their season. So, like I said, it's a frustrating position to be in. And I mean, they did play with a sub. Unfortunately, that's kind of
Mhm.
the cards that they were dealt. But at the same time, it still I don't think was, like I said, the fundamental part that was wrong with them. I think sub or not, it wasn't really the problems that was going on. So I mean,
No.
I hope to see them come back a little bit better. Hopefully next season they have the talent. We've seen it in flashes for sure, but
Mhm.
when they've ended up playing against some better teams, the performance just faltered at times.
Yeah, and I mean, I do hope that, like what I was saying about, our teams earlier tonight, I do hope that it's a learning experience, that they're able to pull something out of this, right? Like, are they able to get some teams together, or get some info together, learn how to do things a little bit better? And I think that Outlast, like you said, there's a lot of talent on that lineup. I do think that there are genuinely good players. It's just that the individual areas of their gameplay that they need to work on are pretty glaring. I mean, we're talking about attack, for example, right? Like you've just got to clean it up. And I honestly think if they can clean up their attack, if they can get a little bit more coordinated, a little bit more kind of together on their entries and what have you, I do think that they'll be a real threat in this tier of play. But speaking of all of that, we do have an interview here with one of the victorious players here. So let's get one of the members of Make a Wish into the booth right now. We can pick their brains a little bit about the match, as it were. And it is Maxley. Hello, Maxley, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, so you guys walked away with this one. It was pretty good. I gotta say, what did you do in terms of kind of prep work for how you were gonna handle this Outlast roster? Was this one that you had to prepare a lot for, or did you go into this one feeling pretty confident?
We just showed up and played. There was no like prep work, so we weren't thinking too much of it.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Hey, that's fair. Walking it in. That's perfectly fine. You had a massive game on map number 1, right? On Villa. You were at, I want to say, 19 kills at the tail end of that. What was it? What was the secret sauce there that was helping you pop off so much? What was flowing through the veins on Villa?
Honestly, I don't know. I was just winning my gunfights, and I was just picking 1.5s and just contesting like common like what you call it, angles. So, but I didn't even feel like I had 19, to be honest. It was just the game just felt like smooth sailing for me. So
You were in the moment. That's good. You were in that's the flow, right? That's what everybody's looking for in any form of athletics. So good for you on being able to hit that state, because it was a very impressive game. Coming into Oregon, right? Outlast is a team that was doing pretty strong on the defensive side of things. When you guys had that overtime and then you were coming to the second half of Oregon and you went into the side swap 3-3, were you guys nervous at all, or did you feel like you had a pretty good command on how this match was going to go? Like you felt confident turning over to the attack?
yeah, I was actually kind of shocked they picked Oregon because like our team, like Silent and Kicks were on LG, and they were a very good Oregon team, and
Yeah.
and we also had defense first, which actually didn't go out too well because we had like I think a 3-3 split, which is not very good in Oregon,
Yeah.
but we still managed to win. But I was kind of shocked that they picked Oregon, but it worked out. So
Fair enough. What do you guys think about your kind of future looking forward here from this? Like how confident are you, or how nervous are you of the playoff picture and the teams that you guys are going to have to face?
I wouldn't say we're nervous. I think we're just wanting to go into playoffs with good morale and just looking for some good games to play and just have fun while we do it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I think you'll hopefully, based on tonight's results, you'll be heading in with that kind of positivity in mind. Last shot, I guess. Anybody you want to shout out tonight? Anybody who did spectacular that you want to let everybody know about, or somebody behind the scenes, even besides yourself, of course, on Villa? Who else? Who else deserves a shout out for their performance here this evening?
Just shout out to my teammates, I guess, for locking in when we're down 5-1, I think, on Villa. But other than that,
Yep.
nothing too much.
Well, it was a great comeback on Villa. You were a big part of that. It was a great map on Oregon. I'm glad that you guys did so well. And thanks for taking some time to answer my questions. Look forward to seeing you in the playoffs.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go, Joe. A little bit of insight there. Any final thoughts here before we wrap up this game and make way for the next one?
He's humble as ever, Maxley. I mean, how could you not love him? But I mean,
He's great.
Last note for sure. They're gonna have to step it up a little bit going in the playoffs. For sure. I don't think they're gonna get away with a lot of the things that they did get away with. There were flashes on Oregon where they started to look a lot better at taking advantage of certain things, but there are going to be some things that aren't going to fly against some of the better teams, which is, why they found themselves in this spot. But knowing those 5 players, I know, and I'm sure everyone else knows dang well that they can compete with basically anybody in this league. So it was good to see them win, and unfortunately for Outlast, a lot of good players over there. And we could really be talking about it the same way for them. They could be in the same position, but unfortunately, some things just didn't go their way today, as is Siege. Happens all the time. But we do have another best of 3, so
You do.
make sure you guys stay tuned. There is one last deciding match to see who our final playoff team is. It'll be Method. It'll be Orbit right after this.
can't see you drown. I can't see you drown. Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe. I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Yeah. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe, I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Yeah. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, where the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
It is the last game of the regular season of SFCL Season 6. We are here to decide what the final team that will be sending to playoffs and what will be the final team that is going to be delegated to the depths of the underworld. I am Light Rose. Joining me is Joe, and we are here for Method versus Orbit. Two teams, they've got a lot of names, they've got some history in SFCL with the teams that they've played, and hopefully one of these teams will come out on top in a nice little dogfight.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for this matchup. This is kind of the one that, like, I saw the last three, and then they had asked for, like, which games casters could cast, and I was hoping that this one would fall in line with one of my casts. This is one that I'm so excited to watch. Method and Orbit, two teams that, for me, it's kind of shocking for these teams to even be in this position in the first place. But, hey, here we are in a last chance game. As you can see, it's labeled quite perfectly. And I mean, two good teams.
Let's
Great game.
run through that roster real quick. We can see with Method, I believe that is going to be the first team that we could see up on the board. Yeah, they have some names to them. I mean, Drix, Nyx, Loading Spy, all of these players have had a lot of history in T3, some in T1, mainly Nyx. And I think as we go through the entire game tonight, we will just see a little bit why some of these teams are struggling. Method, they've got good history on attack and defense, but nothing really where they shine. There's a lot of averages, but nothing super amazing for them.
Yeah, and with nothing super amazing, they're going to have to be amazing, because going over to look at Orbit, another great team, players with history, you could say, with Inria, Wimpy, Giddy, CZ, and I'm not sure Arrow's going to be playing today. I would think it would be very awkward, as Arrow playing his new team with his old team. Be pretty crazy.
BJL.
Should be BJL. It should be. That's okay. And I mean, you look at all these players, and Wimpy, who had a short stint in Pro League, and I mean, Imrio, Giddy, players who have kind of, you'd think for a while they're players who their time was overdue. You'd think they really would have been there, and they're a great team. And for them to be 2-2 right now is kind of crazy to me, but hey, an opportunity for them to solidify their playoff spot if they win today.
Zipping right on over to that map pool, we could see where these teams want to go for the best of three ahead. They want to avoid Oregon and no Villa. I am cheering that we don't get to go to Villa. Instead, we get to go to the second most popular map in SFCL, Theme Park, as it was Orbit who did pick that. Method has had some history on this map, with Cafe being Method's pick. I think we are in for a little bit of a show between these two teams, as we should reveal our little decider map that we will hopefully go to.
Yeah, squaring up on that map 1, that's going to be very important. And I mean, Clubhouse, kind of that map 3, pretty default, pretty standard. I don't really give either team too much of an advantage there, but it's really those first two maps that we're looking at, Cafe and Theme, and it's definitely interesting that Method picked Cafe. They are very comfortable on it, but that's also not the worst map for Orbit either. So it definitely shows Method being really confident in what they have going for them. And that's kind of my one thing that I've really been able to praise Method for, is for a T3 team, even though they do have that experience, a couple of ex-Pro League players on their team, they have a very strong map pool for a T3 team. And it's definitely something that has served them quite well up to this point, and we'll see if it continues to serve them quite well, because they're going to need it today.
Usually when you think of T3 teams, you think of like Oregon, Clubhouse, all the pretty default maps, and as you kind of ooze a little bit farther into a lot of these maps, your talent as a team can grow. I would really love to see a team flex on Skyscraper. Have we actually seen it in SFCL? I want to check if
Yes, they have played it. Method has.
3. So we have seen it 3 times. It's actually not the least played. Bank is with 2. Maybe as we get into playoffs after this game, we will start to see a little bit of those less played maps, but with Cafe having a little bit of time in the spotlight of SFCL, both these teams have had a lot of time to practice, learn this map, and perfect it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's a common map Cafe, I'd say. So it's definitely one of those maps, though. I think of the default maps, it's definitely has the most depth to me. I think it's the most you can do on that map, and it's probably the hardest of the default maps to really play. And when I say default, I mean the ones that have been around for God knows how long. Club, Villa, Oregon. You know, of those, I'd say Cafe is probably the hardest to be that great at. So I think this is definitely be a big hint of what we're going to be getting throughout the rest of this series, just because of the the sheer teamwork that really revolves around this play of the map, as we see Knock and Ying off the board, 2 pretty commonly banned operators so far this season.
Yeah, it's making it so that you can't really just rush on into the site as well. My getting banned out, I wonder if the 1.5 getting added on to that is gonna make him a little bit more popular. Is he gonna be the new crutch operator? Like, Oryx and Capcan got their 1.5s taken away. Somebody has to fill that void of who you kind of put the fraggers on. Is Wamai gonna fill that void, Joe?
He might. The 1.5 is a very powerful thing, and I'll be blatantly honest. I don't mean to throw my own personal agenda up on here, but I think 1.5s on defenders, on anyone that isn't like a Doc or a Rook or something, it's a little too much. I don't think any operator should really be having that sight. It's a little too powerful for me on the defender side, but nonetheless, I digress. I don't want to go too crazy, overstep any boundaries as we get into this map 1, as we see Orbit start with an upstairs cocktail hold. And with that Azami, with that castle, I'm looking for them to really make just shop and piano 2 very difficult rooms for the attackers to take.
It's pretty standard setup as well, bringing that castle, blocking off all those windows, and Azami, who did make it through the ban phase. We can talk about that, because on Cafe, she can be a pretty important operator. I mean, you can fully hold certain areas of the map. You can make Cigar just hell for the attackers to try to get through. I think that's what Giddy is probably going to do, why they brought her on this map. And with the assistance of a Castle, of a Jaeger, of an Aruni, Method are going to have to throw everything in the kitchen sink just to try to gain some echelon of map control up on that top floor.
Yeah, they're going to have to. It's going to be really, really difficult. And in our last series, we saw how powerful those Azamis could be, and add a castle on top of that as well. It's going to make it really difficult for them to clear it, as they also don't have a sledge. So it's going to take some time to get rid of these, as you see Drix on that Iana punching away at that barricade, finally gets it down. And I think this top 4 especially, it takes a while for you to get up there, you know? So any time waste that you can get is really good for them here. And you see them go for maybe more of a cocktail, as you see loading, getting that opening pick onto a BJL on that Jaeger. And Oloid, a second one, and oh my god, the smoke's coming through. B, this is a play.
Yeah, we thought it would take a long time, but Method have just hit the go button a minute into the round, and even Wimpy popping up from behind that little area cannot do anything. Inrio's going to push forward, able to find 1 kill, but the Lion Scan freezes him where he stands. Pushing into Cigar, he's going to fire a little bit into Bathroom, but there's so much coverage from the reinforced walls, from the areas that the attackers barely even scratched once they just burst in through the windows. Orbit was setting up for a great defense that just fell apart like a house of cards, Joe.
Yeah, well, I'll be. Those smokes started coming in. I was like, wait a minute. They saw their opportunity, and I'm definitely interested to see that if they don't get those 2 picks right there, maybe even one of those picks, they still go for a play like that. I gotta wonder how much of a set play that was, but it was a beautiful play at that. whether, the picks came through or not. That's a great way to start off this game, and that's the coordination that you see on this map, especially Cafe. And it's also a crazy thing to me that Method, this is not their 5 anymore. This isn't who they've been playing with. Loading and Shapai, obviously, still stepping in for SFCL, but they've been playing with Arrow and Fens for the past couple of competitions, Gamers 8 quals, everything that's really been around. And for them to be able to have that kind of coordination still with this squad just shows numbers of the structure and really just everything that they have as a team.
I think we're seeing a lot of that kind of thing throughout the entirety of SSL. I mean, Method did that with Shapai and Loading. I think GGG did that as well with a couple players, because I know Kool-Aid was a big part of that team, but didn't really play a lot in SFCL. I mean, I think that's just kind of where we are as an entire scene with T3 and T2. It's very loosey-goosey, because you're trying to commit to something like Gamers 8, and you also have SFCL. Everybody's trying to get some play time, and it makes a lot of things very interesting to see overall. As right now, Inrio, he's waiting outside, he's gonna hop outside, just gets blown up by a Claymore. Not very good to see early on.
No, not at all, and that's the first pick you definitely don't want to give away, and that's the second round in a row. And early at that, it's not like they're taking much time to get on the board, and obviously Method really didn't do all too much right there, but you see how early they're getting to work, how early they're getting rid of this utility over there. That wall now open, the shield now gone. Wimpy kind of in a tough position for himself over here, and kind of has some assistance as you see CZ grabbing a kill early, but still Method applying the pressure early.
There isn't going to be a great entrance for Method. Shapai goes up those stairs, but there is a little bit of a man count differentiate. Wimpy pushing forward, doesn't find that headshot onto Drix, and equips that shotgun, trying to even the odds, but instead it's Method who gets that advantage, and all they have to do is tighten the noose around CZ and BJL with so much time on their side. Drix gets another kill, which is traded out by BJL, but with Diffuser in the attacker's pockets, Sight starting to get control. They might have some chance, but BJL starts to slim that down to the single digits. All he has to do is take down Nyx, and there's some level of information, I believe, from those yokai, and it's enough for BJL to make it so Orbit don't start off with a huge deficit. He gets a 1v3, Joe, and already the individual performance just starting to shine for both these teams.
That's the difference of the information right there as well. You said it, the Echo Drone, the Z-Pings coming through. It was really, at that point, BJL's round to lose. You know exactly where that player is, exactly what's going on, so at that point, BJL just converting on that opportunity and tying us up at 1, and this is just a taste of what this series is gonna be, and I'm just happy it's a best of 3. We really get to be spoiled with this one, and back and forth action so far. But Orbit, the main thing is they have got to do better in the early rounds. You cannot rely on plays like that to win you not just a map, but the entirety of the series. They have to do better in the early round, not going down big. They did a great job to bring it back a little bit, not once but twice, but just got to do better in those early rounds and maybe survive for, I don't know, longer than 30 seconds.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the fast-paced runs are nice. It makes it so you don't get too sedentary. Like, we're already in round 3, and it feels like things are moving right along. It's not one team taking advantage of the other. It's just fast. And I'm not really opposed to fast, Joe.
We like fast. It's a good pace. We like it. We love it. And I think both teams somewhat need that, especially Orbit. They just have to do it in the right way. Because Method, on numerous occasions, we've seen how good and structured they can be when you give them time to work. They can be great given time to set up. However, you have to do it in a smart way. You can't do it too quickly. For instance, like Inrio did that second round, this past round. The first round where they gave up a couple bodies early by trying to swing windows. That's not very smart. They have to find a way to do it in a more calculated way, but you still have to put off this attack in some form.
I mean, that's a way to take an aggressive angle. Shapai was leaning out that window, trying to see if they could catch somebody, but instead takes a little bit of damage from that Ash charge as the first Akebi call rings out throughout the entire defender arsenal. Flores Jones does spot Wimpy, who just hops right on over his spot that he was previously, and there are flashes, frag grenades, all trying to root this castle out. None are successful. Will this be the frag grenade thrown? It is, and it blows up Wimpy, clearing the way for the method attack. All there really is CZ over by Palace.
Yeah, and it's so tough for anybody really to do anything about that. They can't run out. They've covered all their really areas that they need to, as CZ does find one kill back onto Oloid. BJL finding another one, and Drick's now down to 1 HP as well. And CZ finds another one as Shapai is under Skylight. And V, this XQ came out of nowhere, but it is not going very well.
We saw Method very early on try to get a very fast attack, and it might actually come back to bite them as the defense may have adapted. There is one kill coming out, slowly chipping away at the lead that Orbit has, but yeah, that site, it's on the second floor, and there's not much vertical presence that Method could have. And I think at this point, with 45 seconds left, they're just trying to see if Orbit will peek, but I don't think that's gonna happen. They have the space, they have the time.
They do have the space, they do have the time. What they don't have is the numbers. As we see Giddy, BJL, Inrio standing up nice and strong. No C4s left to use, but you see Loading just looking for a pick, and that time is running out as they don't really have too much to work with here. Not the best flash you could ever see come out, and they're just gonna have to force their way into sight as Giddy finds the first one as Loading just finding consolations at this point, not able to close it out as Giddy finds another one, and Orbit give themselves a little bit of a lead, and that is way better from them.
Yeah, I think that's the first cohesive round that we've seen. First one, very chaotic. Second round, Orbit come back from the 1v3, and that one felt like they definitely earned it all the way. It was a normal round, a strategic round, and I think that first round definitely seemed like a fluke, but Orbit have found their footing. They're going actually to Fireplace Mining. With bars still being available, it seems like they're avoiding it. I think they want to avoid a repeat of the first round, which makes sense. I would want to avoid a repeat of that first round, but is still just staying away from that. Testing what is becoming a little bit more of a popular site is a choice that we'll see in hindsight if it comes back to bite them both. The amount of information that they have, the Pulse, the Solus, the Valkyrie, that was what helped them win round 2, and I think they're banking on that to help them win round 4.
And I think the main thing as well is they've kind of recognized that Cocktail is not going to be an easy thing to hold. You saw that it wasn't the site that time, but how clinical they were getting Wimpy out of that area. And I don't think they even want to mess with it at all. And I think that's a very smart decision to come out from them. And especially if they have a stronghold here, being able to win this site, this is kind of the luxury of when you have 4 defenses, you know, having that mining setup able to be used, because there are situations where a team either can clear the map insanely well for that basement site and you don't really want to deal with that, or a team that is very good at taking that Cocktail control from those windows, as we are seeing in this matchup. It's nice to be able to fall back onto that 4th site when necessary and be able to just have it and be able to win the rounds.
Early game, nothing much from any of these teams. Method not really finding anybody to shoot, and Orbit not taking any gunfights, which has hurt them in the past, but I think they've started to learn over these rounds as we get into the second half of their first defense. See that Method aren't actually inside of the building yet. I expect that to change just now, and as we do see Drix, Oloid making their way over towards that red stairs, they are not aware of that player to their right. Drix just hops right on in, takes down Giddy just to make up for the fact that Loading did go down behind them, and Shapai is halfway done with that diffuser. Method are completely committing to this rush play. CZ does get the down and the kill, but immediately Drix is there. 8 and 2. Joe, if there's somebody you want to look for in this game, it is him. Wimpy paints the outline of a player, ends up downing them, doing something with that impact, and puts it all on the shoulders of Inrio, who goes for the revive, but know that he does not have a lot of space. He either commits to the revive or takes down a player, but neither option is really available for him. So Inrio is taken down, and Method, with their second rush play, are here to stay on Cafe.
Oh, so great, but it could have been so different if Wimpy found it. He found the kill earlier. Would have been so different. But alas, no. But Method, a great coordinated play out of them once again. That's the second round that they've won that they've had a play like that. And it's great to see that. But you gotta wonder how many of those they really have in their arsenal. Because that's kind of been the way that they've won these rounds. And obviously they did have the 1v3, on this site the last time that they went here that they could have won, that they didn't. But still, it's great to see them winning rounds like that. But it's like over in a blink of an eye. And I think Orbit need to be ready to adjust to that, because that's been the quick play. They're doing so much in so little time. It's like the amount that they're accomplishing, Method, with their utility, taking space, just going into sight. Anything that they're doing it so quickly, and Orbit just need to understand that the first 45 seconds to a minute of the round are probably the most important in this. As you see a Glass come out, and I gotta know what Nyx has cooked up this time.
I mean, do they know that Inrio is on a Warden? I think there's been a Warden on most of these defenses as well, so it's not just assuming that they wouldn't have a Warden. Clearly, like you said, something is cooking in the pot. As they have flashers, they have frag grenades, they have the smokes in the pocket of Nyx to drain out these ADSs, just push all these defenders back. As Nyx is on that scope, looking to see if he can spot anybody from the defense, maybe straying a little bit too far from their position, but still, Orbit aren't taking the bait just yet. And as I say that, it's CZ who takes that bait, gets caught on the hook, and pays for it.
Yeah, that's the Glass, the power of it. And Method looking pretty good on their own map pick, but this is going to be a big round for them to be able to get, because Cafe can be kind of a middle ground, attacker-sided, defender-sided, whatever you want to call it. Really depends sometimes on the matchup, and they've had the advantage in most of these rounds, but you gotta make sure that you convert on it. And BJL, for the second time on this site, trying to make sure that they're not able to do it.
So it's going to repel the Method attack for now, as the flashes come in, and you would assume that the frag grenades might follow as well, but instead it's just Oloid who doesn't get the kill, as Wimpy just hides back in that Christmas area. Can't really do anything about Drix zooming on his position, but you know who's still alive on Orbit? It's BJL, the hero of the last time that Orbit were on this side. And the only reason that it is 2-2 right now, but Methods still have Demon Drix alive, and I cursed him. Inrio takes him down and makes it just a little bit better for Orbit, who should have everything in the pocket of their own little area. Is Inrio. He's in the 1v1. He spots the head of Thermite, but actually doesn't react. Doesn't want to give everything away to his opponent. And as the Z-pings come on in, the information is so strong. But Inrio, still patient as ever. Will the information be king? They've got everything they need, but instead of actually trying to take him down with bullets, he goes for the C4. And in the end, wins it on out just as easy as ever. Orbit regain a lead and can continue on looking for a 4-2 hat.
Almost blew it with the C4 right there, but it did just enough to cover him up and make sure that he could make that play. Swing out and find the kill and find the round. And Orbit, they haven't looked very convincing at the beginning of these rounds, but they're finding a way to win them. And at the end of the day, it's not about who looks better in these rounds. It is who ends up winning them. And they found themselves in a lead. And I gotta say, it may not be what you'd expect given how especially the first halves of these rounds have played out, but it just got sloppy for Method towards the end, giving away a couple of picks to not proper information, as BJL got a pick on that double window when he should have been droned out just fine. He did get traded, don't get me wrong, but still not a kill you necessarily want to give up, as well as Drix giving up a freebie to Inrio over in Pote. So that's kind of not what you want to see, especially when you get that late round advantage, and that may come back to bite Method. Even though they are on their attacks right now, they really could realistically be up 4-1, and it's also pretty funny to me that it happened on that site twice. So
funny enough, we have seen 3 plants by Method. A couple 1vx, I think 2 or 3 1vx's overall. It has been an exciting 5 rounds already, and I'm not expecting that to stop as the Method train continues on chugging, and maybe another rush is on the cards as everybody's just spawning that northern side. You could just kind of feel there's something going on, maybe that Orbit is not ready for.
something fishy for sure, but I doubt they go for a quick play like that again. I think they'll continue to play around those early picks in the space that they're getting, and at this moment, I think they've recognized that that space is not downstairs for that quick play. It is on the upstairs. So, as you see it, the drones coming out, seeing what they can get, but nothing doing quite yet, as about 50 seconds have passed. It's pretty quiet. Information is going to be key. It's what Method is really, I guess, leaned on for the most part in not just this map, but really throughout their entire existence. They do well when they have the information, and that information has come through as you find Nyx inside of Train now, which is a powerful position for him to be as well.
And are Orbit ready for that? I mean, you do have Giddy on the cameras, you've got that pulse scanner, but if Inrio watching that drone hole, it may actually be just slipped underneath. No. Oh no, it's a black screen, Joe! The black screen of death, and it seems like it came at an inopportune time. The worst of technical problems.
Game crash on our observer. Fortunately, it happens. We won't be able to see that last round, but it's like, that's tough. But you know what? Hey, I guess what we can say is let's theorize. Let's visualize. Let's predict. Use the information that we have. Let's paint a picture, shall we, on what we think's going on. I think that's the last one, so it's kind of hard to like. It's the last like defense for Orbit, last attack for Method, so it's really hard to be like, all right, so what we saw, we'll see what they do the next round, because it's gonna completely flip on its head the next round. They're gonna swap sides, and everything that we could say right now is just gonna be like out the window.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that always happens. Like Drix right now, he's 11-3. He is unstoppable right now. And then you swap him on the attack, or any player who like starts off the first half amazing, always doesn't really have that same staying power once you put them on the second half, whether it's on the defense or the attack. I'm hoping that that's not going to happen, because I would love to see a player just total up the kill count in this entire series. But I think Drix is a big reason why Method have been able to get these early picks, work off of these early picks. But once they don't have that fragging power, what are they going to do?
Yeah, it's interesting, because I think that's kind of been their entire problem for me, because that's kind of, we see Orbit won that defense. Interesting, but that's kind of been my problem with them for a long while, is their lack of frag power at times. Their coordination is definitely there, but sometimes I guess you could see that be overran, I should say, by other teams' ability to just shoot back. But I mean, I don't know. It's weird, but we do see it kind of flip around this time. Method on their defenses, so we'll see if they can muster up some much-needed wins.
So we literally have caught a blip in time. We see Orbit. They go up 4-2. We got to mark that on my notes. And Method, they're not starting on that third floor. They're starting on Reading, which, funny enough, seems like the preferred site. for some of these teams. It's where we saw Orbit win 2 times. We didn't see that second time, but now with Method starting there, clearly they seem very confident. They've got a lot of time wasting potential with the C4s, the Goyo canisters, smoke canisters, and Kiba barriers. I feel like can fall into that position a little bit, depending if Orbit respond to it correctly. But I mean, they've got sledgehammers, they've got frag grenades, they really have everything they need to make sure that this Method defense doesn't waste as much time as they want it to.
You don't want it to waste all that much time, and Orbit kind of getting after it. Not a pace that I always see from them, and I like that. They're gonna throw that player of Wimpy on Nomad. It looks like right onto the cocktail windows, perhaps exceed or exert some pressure in other areas. And I lied, it's not. It's gonna be in a different spot, but either way, is Shapai on the red stairs? Is that the case? Is he gonna go for one?
It would be a bold play, but nobody's actually up by that hatch. Everybody's just kind of playing Windows Simulator, and it seems like he is on that lower area of the red stairs. So if he is not caught out, that is huge for Method, because right now Inrio is focused on the wall, BGL over towards Cigar, but I think right now it's just fallen away. BGL has decided it is not worth the effort, and instead is going to try to C4 from underneath, throws it on out, doesn't get anything. An Orbit, they can continue wrecking on the 3rd floor. Drix goes for the C4, and this time is successful. Still have that staying power with that main frag of Drix, it seems, at least on the defense so far.
And that's 2 big picks, but they have to really just get one of these picks back, as Donut is in somewhat of a good spot as he's able to find one for free. There is one more player up here. It's Oloid. If they can find this player, that audio cue should be enough as he is down to 1 HP, but he still finds a kill. He had that shield to work with, and that allows him to get one of those kills, but still ends up getting taken down in the end, but not before securing a man advantage towards the end of this round for his team.
And I think the amount of time that is left for this Method defense is more than enough to just keep the attack away from the side. Unfortunately, they didn't kill the sledge, so we can still wreak havoc on that floor, but Method, they have all the map control they need. They have all the 2nd floor. They can ebb and weave, go into the site, go out of the site, and Orbit has to come to them. He is ready for the rotate, but he looks one way. Can he get the 2nd? He cannot. And Shapai is there for the refrag. Inrio enters the site, is not ready for loading to pop up from behind that cabinet. So Method do a great job on starting their defense with a win they most surely need.
Yeah, and getting at the right idea there, too, knew exactly where those players would be, whether it was from information or just straight up sound cues or just being the GOAT, one of the 3. But, I mean, he's able to find that kill. That round gets completely flipped on its head, but it doesn't. He's not able to find it. The fights were won by Method. The trade did come through, and they end up closing out the round, but it's not really a position that they should be able to find themselves in, but luckily, they did close it out as we find ourselves to mining again. A lot more teams starting to figure this one out and really, I shouldn't even say figure it out, but really decide to bring it, utilize the site, I should say, in the best words I possibly can. And with that Azami up as well, it should be able to waste some time for the defenders to really make Orbit work for this upstairs control.
And they're keeping a lot of that core set that they had. They've still got some information with Shapai. Nyx to waste some time, but instead of going for area denial with something like smoke, it seems they're still committing to that time wasting with the Kiba barrier, with the dock, with the castle, and still they're setting up on that top floor, trying to see if the attack are really going to take the bait. If CZ with the Amaru will potentially go for a nice quick zip-in, which I don't think will happen with how Orbit have been playing. That seems to not really fit into their playstyle, but hey, maybe with CZ wanting to open up this door, we could see a quick attack.
I don't think you see anyone in reading either. There is a player over in dark, but I mean, nobody really in reading is, I think that's about to change. It does, so maybe a missed opportunity right there as there is that rotate, but it's a lot of area for Method to have to cover here, and Orbit have to figure out what area they want to actually push, because right now they're kind of just sitting there waiting at the moment, and they don't really seem to have too much of an idea. But look at Method. They have just flocked into this area as Drix finds the opening kill again. Not slowing down in any way, but I mean, Orbit just, I'm not really sure what they want to be doing up here.
This is the first time we're going to see a commit after that opening death from Giddy. Wimpy is going to be able to find a kill onto Oloid, meaning that Drix's opening pick is going to be immediately plugged up and actually succeeded, as Inrio does find that massive player of Drix. So a lot falls on these 3-player shoulders with a lot of time still on the attack side. A lot of flashbangs they can throw at this defense. No real plans on how, but CZ just goes for the wide peek, takes out Nyx, and now guarantees Orbit a pretty big lead going into the 3rd phase of this round.
I mean, CZ's just, at this point, basically ego-challenging certain gunfights and winning them, which, hey, if that's what's going to happen, great, but Loading has found himself in a 1v4 no longer, as BJL drops, finds the kill, and puts another round on the board for Orbit on a Method's map pick, must I add.
I mean, funny enough, that felt like a Method round. From the beginning, the fact that you had Drix taking out Giddy, there wasn't real commitment from Orbit on any end, and yet just with the snap of a finger, it cracked. Just like that. I think Orbit hadn't really set everything up yet. And then funny enough, this is going to sound weird, the opening death just caused them to course correct, get on their path to victory, and actually attack that 3rd floor, which then just caused the entire thing to fall down into pieces. It's a good attack from Orbit as they focus on the kitchen. Probably going to focus on the roam again, as you can see that Jackal is going to be 6th picked, attacker repicked by Giddy. A lot of destruction in the pockets of a lot of these attackers with frags, Roteros, still bringing that sledge instead of the pocket of BJL. So I think Drix, he has been scary for Method, but if he can be stopped with some of these Orbit players probably going top down, I think really that's the key to all their problems.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, I think to an extent, I think it's just finding kills, because they had an opportunity that round to really do everything, but it's just to a point finding kills, and we talked about it earlier, right? Method at times lack firepower in a sense. Is Orbit doing a great job? They found that opening kill onto Drix, which couldn't pick a better person to find that kill on, by the way, but also finding that shield quite early is the Flores, putting in the work that you'd expect to see Wimpy on that Flores, using the utility quite well. But I mean, it's Method for the one of the first times, I should say, kind of in a really big disadvantage, and it's going to make one of these players that's not named Drix really have to step up if they want to continue to really extend this map.
No way Loading just gets to play here. Like, there's been Roteros, there's been flashbangs. He finds a kill, even. He doesn't get flashed, he just peeks up. Doesn't kill CZ. That would have been a big one, but instead, the trade does happen, and it's still Orbit, who are here to play BJL with a nice little flick onto Oloid, as the remaining hunt for Shapai has begun. And already is a nice little kill there, but it was just death in that code check, as Orbit, they do get onto map point on Method's pick, and even BJL wants to know who is Jaeger. That was a nasty kill.
It was Oloid. Oloid was the Jaeger. BJL, he's starting to shoot now as well. The new acquisition for this Orbit roster, putting in work, finding kills that maybe he should have, and some maybe he shouldn't. But a great shot on that, and they've put themselves to match point kind of quietly, I'd say, but that was a pretty dominant round, and what a time to do it. 6-3 on Method's map pick of Cafe, and what a win it would be if they could go up 1-0 into their own map pick.
And especially on an area like this, after the slow-ish start that they had. I mean, it was really only round 5 where they got that opening, or they got the lead for the first time, and a lot of that was on 1vx's clutch situation. So it felt like even though they had the lead, it was with a very loose grip that could just be pried apart if you had the right tools. But now that they've swapped on the attack, you can see their confidence. You can see they've just decided they want to win this map here and now, make a statement if we go onto theme park after this round. And I think Method, I mean, they haven't had a lot of answers, especially on the defense, for what Orbit has brought.
They haven't. That's definitely true. And again, getting caught spawn peeking as CZ finds another opening kill. You could not have said that better. Why? Why are they going for this? And yes, going for the same spawn peek twice in a row. Maybe not the best. Typically you have, I don't know how experienced everyone is in the comp scene, but typically if you're going to go for a spawn peek, the first thing you ask in the prep phase is, hey, has anyone peeked this yet? If the answer is yes, you don't peek it. Unfortunately, either that question wasn't asked or they just didn't care. And now CZ getting another one, starting to heat up as well. A 5v3 only a minute into this round, and Method have to pull something off if they want to continue to go onto their map.
And the Jaeger in the bathroom is going to have to be inflexible, rigid, as he holds down Pixel, as the shield is pretty close to falling, if that's actually what Orbit want. They really could just ignore it, try to go for the actual site itself, as there is a player rotating by that new hatch area. It is Nyx who wants to find a player, does get it, finds one. Is the second there? It is! And could this be the player that changes the tide for Method? Orbit still has that man count advantage that could fall at any time, as loading still does enter. Cocktail gets the kill onto Wimpy and focuses on new balcony. Him and Nyx have their eyes on the same window, and if Giddy does commit, that might be a death sentence for Orbit. They were up 4-2, Joe. They looked like they had everything in this round, but it's all falling apart.
Yeah, Nyx is in such a great spot. They don't even know that this player is gone, and they're just nading ghosts at the moment as he's going to start flying in and finds the kill, his third on the round. And now CZ knows that he is in a 1v1 on the upstairs. If he can find this player before the Rooney of Nyx works his way back up, and he did spot him. That's going to be a free kill. No, it's not. No, it's not. He saw his head and looked away, but Method making the plays that they need to continue on this map. And Orbit had the opportunity to close it out, but they just didn't.
It was like a cartoon at the end there, when you gotta double check something. Because, I mean, that was, essentially in your eyes, it looked like it was a free kill. And at that point, it's a 1v1. The Nyx has to come back up to site. I don't know if CZ actually had Diffuser or not, but the round has changed completely. But Orbit still have a 2-round lead. You don't have to hit the panic button at this point, because there's still time for you to breathe. I think we're having another problem with PC. If it's battery, I feel bad for the man at this point. He is struggling. My man is struggling. Anybody want to crowdfund him a new PC at this point?
I mean, I feel like for my sanity, I might have to, you know, for my insanity. But I do gotta say, now we're in a much better position to talk about the game now.
Might
than
be
we were
over by the
before.
time we finish.
It could be very well, but we've seen the defenses now, and we know that it will continue to be on defense. And we've seen these rounds, so we know what will happen down the road, even if the game's over. I mean, if the game's over, then I guess once again, it's like whatever we say, it's not going to matter. But I think Orbit, it's really shifted, because on their side right now, they are starting to actually look better. Like, they are the convincing ones in the rounds, but now it's starting to get shifted, because it's like they're maybe dominating, but they're not winning the rounds. So it's like, it's weird, because that was the opposite story in the first half.
I mean, it is about how you finish. It's all about how you put that finishing touch on the round, you can get these very big openings, but if you're always losing 4v2s, 5v3s, you're never going to win anything because you can never hold on to that lead. And I think that that is a problem that we've seen overall, is a lot of times you might see an opening pick very early on in the round, but there's really no way to actually activate upon that because it's so different than everything else, like a spawn peak or just a player straying too far. You can't actually take advantage of that play around it because it's never actually inside of the action in a lot of these rounds. Yes, you have the 5v4, but if the opponent plays their cards right, they can really make it seem like the odds are even, especially if they push correctly, which we have seen from a lot of these attacks, and especially Orbit.
Yeah, you're totally right. It's a big difference when somebody just goes down at the beginning of the round because, first of all, as a defense, you're not really fully set up yet, and neither is the attack. So you can kind of pick your opportunity, find it, and get your pick back because you know you have to get it at one point. You can't, sit back and let the attackers go. And the other great part about it as well is it's like the attackers, when you find that opening pick kind of in the heat of the moment, in the action, I should say, it leaves an opening in the defense. They are set up around their bodies at that moment. So when someone does die, they can react off of that accordingly. It's not the same thing when somebody dies early because that setup isn't exactly the same. It's still going to be there. There's nobody going down in an area that's not going to be covered. It's still going to be exactly the same. They're still going to have to do the work and still essentially get another entry. They have to still take that space. So, it's a big difference there. So you definitely make a good point on that.
Right, it's been a good amount of time. Do you think the game is over? Do you think Method, they got one? They made it 6-5.
Oh man, I could text Giddy and see what happens. I don't know.
Just pull up like they're still in the middle of the round.
The map's
are we allowed to reveal the score? Okay, we might have unintentionally revealed it with that, but right now you will see the score in 1 second, so that might give you an inclination as to what happened. But I think everything we've said can be used as an emphasis. Yes, there is the score, 7-4. Orbit, they take it on Cafe, take Method's map pick, and they can go on to theme their own map pick with a lot of confidence on their side, Joe.
They can, and I think Orbit has only gone to this map once, if I recall correctly, which was against Aerial Rise Academy in a series that they lost. But, however, this is the map that they won. So, definitely a big one at that. So, we'll see. I'm giving the advantage to Orbit, especially with how good they looked on that first map.
Yeah, no, they definitely look good. If Driggs isn't there as well for Method, yeah, you gotta be counting their lucky stars that maybe Method will have something in that second map if they don't have a star performer like Drix. We are going to go to a quick break, make sure we figure everything out on the technical side so we get a nice clean feed. We'll be back after the break. Hello, we're back. We're trying to figure out whether or not we got to observe it. We're here. It's our faces. We're ready to go into map 2 of Theme Park, where, I mean, you had Method. They started off the map huge, coming out with Drix by their side, and then as we get into that second half, it was just BJL. So many players besides BJL. He was kind of that star player, but overall, it really was Orbit who took control by the end of the map.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, I think on their defenses, they want what? Like, well, I think it was only 3-2 split, but it was definitely a big difference in how those rounds were shaping up because they did go 4-2 on their attacks, defenses.
You gotta,
Doesn't
you
matter.
gotta, you gotta keep an itemized list,
I
Joe.
don't know. Dude, it's there. It's all in my head. But it's the game crashes. Don't worry. But anyways, like in that first half, they didn't look great, but they were winning the rounds. And then they continued to look great, and then they stopped winning the rounds. So it's like, it was weird. But I think towards the end of it, it finally caught up. It was like, all right, the trend's over. Whoever's looking good is going to start winning. So I think that's really started to shape up towards the end. The last 3 rounds, for the most part, they looked great. Outside of that one 5v2, I think it was, that they gave up, they were quite fantastic on those attacks. So going into Theme Park, starting on that attack, I think it's going to be important to continue that. And I think on a map that they have shown to be quite comfortable on, I don't see Method really changing all that. But hey, it's Siege, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, with Method, they start on the defense. We didn't see a stellar defense from them, but it is a different map as well. Like, Cafe is a very vertical-sided map. It's not too horizontal. If it is, it's pretty small. Theme Park is pretty horizontal and less vertical. I mean, you still have armor, you still have drug lab that you need to make sure you bring a sledge and a buck for, but it was Orbit who really were going crazy with BJL, and with BJL starting on the attack for his team, you can expect him to really lean on to that sledgehammer. As we head into the map, we get started on what could be the final map of the regular season.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at that, right? BJL and CZ doing great, but what's crazy about it to me on Orbit is you have Giddy and Imrio still who can have their pop-up moments, even Wimpy, but I think Wimpy for the most part has been the rock of this team, kind of the glue for the most part, and allowing everyone else. Like you see Wimpy, most of the difficult spots are normally him. The ones that are like, the tough spots to play where you're
Very
not
true.
getting a kill. You're going to be lucky to get one. That's the spot that Wimpy's playing, but to have 4 players like that really step up like this at whenever they want to is kind of crazy. And you look at that on Method, it's kind of the opposite. You have Drix who goes crazy, and you said it already. When he wasn't going crazy, the rounds were not going their way. So I think it's going to have to take at least one more person to step up alongside Drix, because loading going 9-8, that's great and all, but you need someone else to really keep the pace up with Drix, because at that point, Drix is really just the only one taking these fights going in entry. And if he's winning them, great. But if you're losing them, you need someone to follow up, and nobody's there at the moment.
I mean, he did go 5-1. He did get a little bit less than half of the entries in the entire map. Like 5 out of 11. That is
Insane.
crazy to see happen. And the fact that Method actually won less rounds than Drix had entries is a stat line that I think tells the entire story of the map in one single sentence. But enough focusing on the past, Joe. It's time to focus on the present. It's a gift, as Oogway says, and Method need to open it on Christmas morning, hoping they get a nice shiny Xbox as they start on the defensive side.
Yeah, and it's going to be big on this first round as well, because their defenses weren't exactly the greatest thing in the world on Cafe. So I think it'll be big to go into Theme Park, which is a more defender-sided map than Cafe. But I still think it's going to be important for them to get it going early and really get multiple players into the groove of things. That's what Theme Park can really help out with. It's not reliant on one player. It is not the hardest thing to defend. It's pretty easy to find kills on this map. So if I'm them, I'm going to like to see more than one person really get into it, see if Shapai can get into the action. We know he can be quite aggressive on the defense and can find a lot of kills on defense. Maybe Oloy to get into it. Nyx got a couple of kills. Loading I've always found to be better on his attacks, but somebody has to keep the pace with Drix. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say it. I don't know how many times I will say it, but someone's going to have to do it, and whoever does do that has to keep it consistent throughout the rest of the game, and I think that starts in this first round.
I think with Method, if they don't have a very strong defense on Theme Park, if they realize that themselves that they might not have that, I think you can lean on something like the Armory side, as I do want to mention a Brava ban coming out on Theme Park. I mean, that's the first time I've seen a Brava ban on this map. I think that does make a little bit of sense because those default cams can be pretty strong. I mean, it can kind of change some of those sites. You hack Armory, you hack the arcade cam on the dorm site, I think things change just as that, but both of the newest operators get taken out very early on. We're getting back to the, what was it, reverse power? Or it was something where all the original operators were like the strongest, if you remember that meta.
Power creep.
Reverse power creep, that's what it was. We're heading back there.
We are. They're no fun, but it's all good. I guess this just shows how powerful the new ops are. Would have loved to see Brava on Theme Park. So exciting. I always love it. I always love seeing what these teams have cooked up with the new operators, but I guess Orbit don't want to do that today. But that's okay. We can see some normal Theme Park gameplay. It's all right. I'm not upset about it in the slightest.
You definitely don't sound upset, Joe.
No, not at all. Not at all. But what I am happy about is to get into this map too. It was taking so long to load in. My heart dropped. My heart dropped. I thought it was over. I thought it was done.
Some rat is just munching on power cords. Like, Battery had it. Now we got Stan on the sticks, and the rat teleported on over to him, munching on his power cable. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we will have a stable map. We can focus on what's ahead of us in this site. And you can see we've got Nyx on the Bandit looking to make sure those walls are impenetrable. Shapai most likely inside of the site. And Loading and Drips on that zombie Legion, probably playing off that site, wasting a lot of time that the defense has been doing pretty good at overall, as long as they don't get caught out early on.
Sorry, I don't know if my allergies are that bad with my eyes to see what I'm seeing here. But there's no hard breach at all.
It's all about nobody in sight. So this is going to be an interesting one, to say the least, as Nyx does find that first frag of the entire round. Giddy goes down. As CZ is outside the door, he's just going to walk in, because why not? Nyx finds a second, and could he find a third? No. He gives the site over to CZ, who snaps onto that second player, but it is still Method who have an early advantage. Wimpy does find a refrag and leaves it all in the hands of Inrio. Maybe they could have needed the hard breach, but it seems that the round would have not fallen that way. It's a similar vibe to the first round of the last map, with Method still being the victor.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
That was a round
decision.
And a half.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. But Method, I mean, they fended it off, I guess, pretty well, given the circumstances. But it's kind of a free round, if I'm being honest, especially with that opening pick. But whatever. Maybe they just want to help him out a little bit. Just means we're in store for a good series. And I mean, I asked for it, and we got it. Nyx going big on site himself, coming up with that big opening pick, and then another big one back on site. That was something that he needed to do. I mean, if he doesn't get that kill into BJL and split, we're probably seeing a completely different round. I mean, retaking with that many bodies in sight is not an easy thing to do, and him finding that kill prevented that from really happening, that difficulty that they would have found in retaking the site. So big kill from him, and a very, very slow map on map 1, and a much better start to this one.
5 seconds.
I mean, it seems like, at least with both of these maps, we might have the treadmill at like 5 times speed, but as we get adapted to that, things start to slow down as both these teams realize kind of how to counter each other, and then we see the treadmill start to, be a little bit of a slower pace. We've still got high-octane gameplay at certain points, but it's not the round is over by the 2-minute mark and an Orbit player is inside of the site within 30 seconds type fast.
No, it's definitely a different pace. However, what you love is the Ying. Looking like we'll get a nice little execute with that. And they're doing great with the utility early, and it looks like it'll be a pretty quick execute here. They're lining it up at the moment, but they still need to get rid of this shield over here with that mute jammer on it, so it's not going to be able to be a Flores that
And that Rotero gets shot. There's 2 more to destroy this shield. There's ADSs as well, so if the Roteros aren't successful, you could still potentially use CZ. I mean, you use the Selmas. There's so much to deal with this shield to root out some of these players. A lot of utility is actually being used at both ends, but to no avail to either side. And I think at this point, it's the defense who's really fighting this when the shields are still there, the map control is still there, and the timer, which is ticking down, will always be their friend as long as 5 defenders are alive.
Yeah, and the Osa getting set up in Cafe pretty early as the utilities now coming out, and there's the execute as a couple of kills going through as CC finds 1, and still a minute 15, but Orbit are doing everything right so far.
3 more as Nix, who was a huge player on that armory side, he gets flashed, has to back off as there's a lot of orange bodies watching him. The third one all the way in the back is what is going to find him. It is Drix who does down Giddy, doesn't get the confirm, so it's technically a flawless round for Orbit. I'm still feeling echoes of the previous map. It's not a 1vx like we saw in that second one, but it is still Orbit. They win that second round, get something back, and make sure that this map is going to be a back and forth one as Method decide not to go back to Doras, not to do initiation. They're going for that lab storage site on the first floor.
They are. They definitely are. And I like the switch up because you kind of want a little bit more time to readjust and get yourself more into the game. And a play like that's not going to come out again. So you want to take your talents elsewhere. And they're going to do just that. Bringing out a Frost, a Castle. I mean, a Castle is pretty standard for the most part, I feel like. On the site, I wouldn't say standard, but definitely helps with the upstairs hold. Yeah, because you can kind of castle off that double door facing waiting, or that tree hall. There's a lot of places you can castle, maybe even that throne door, the bottom dragon. There's a couple things you could do with it, but we'll kind of see what they decide to use that castle for. And I do want to see what Orbit does. They when they've won, it's been off the back of very quick play. But on this map, and specifically the way that this setup is, I find it hard to see where they'd be able to take quickly from and kind of take that control. So I'm definitely interested to see where they kind of take it, or if they're able to adjust with a slower pace.
Drones coming in. That is one thing that Orbit, it took them a lot of time to actually deal with that attack or utility, but once they did, it's like a switch just flicked in their brains. They decided to immediately hit the go button right then and there. Method, we're not ready for it. And I think already the fact that maintenance is already being attacked by this attack, throne room is getting breached, and if a defender is not careful right up here, I don't know who that actually is. It is Drix hiding just by that actual dragon area. Maybe he gets caught out and Orbit could really just crash inside of the building.
Yeah, but he's going to try and take a fight, and it's kind of a 1v1 as Loading finds one downstairs, and BJL kind of holding. He doesn't want to go too far, but at the end of the day, he needs to help his teammate right here as they're kind of standing by themselves, and that's a little bit awkward as Drix falling away a little bit, ends up getting taken down as Giddy finds it, and that's a big kill, one that they needed. And that castle is there. Nice. Bottom tracking castle, and It should allow them to kind of for free move up the map a little bit, but they decide to open it, which is not a bad thing. But with how the map is open upstairs, it's really going to cause them to really have to take it, I should say, and take that space upstairs and use it.
I'm really interesting. There's really nobody playing up on the top floor. It was just loading, I think, over by that arcade area. And now that he's gone, there isn't a sledge, but there's 6 breaching charges. You have some ash charges as well that could just be used to spread out the defense. As some bullets just been spared throughout the entire one. Oloid goes down on the yellow stairs. So Shapai and Nyx have reconvened inside of the site, are going to have to do their best just to hold back from the attack. But as the ceiling above them continues to disintegrate due to the immense amount of breaching charges that the attack has, I don't know if this is really going to hold on, because they have everything they need. They've got information. They've got the timer as well. There's so much for them to work with. And now that CZ has spotted the Frost, he doesn't hit the bullets. And maybe that will be the area that Shapai needs, but nope. Giddy fills that void, takes out the defender, and Orbit win their second round on Theme Park.
And Method are flocking like geese, and not in the good way either. They found where that push was coming from early, and they just gave up top floor completely. And with the way that it was set up, you can't really do that. If they had reinforced both of those initiation walls into bunks, it's different, because you're not giving up that area for free. You're still having them have to funnel through one area, and that is the waiting double door. However, since they opened it, it allowed, once they got that kill and they only had one person upstairs, there's way too much coverage that that player has to have. So many things that he has to watch, and that's not a good position for that player to be upstairs. At that point, you just got to give it up and play inside of Armory Throne, but they didn't do that. They all backed down into an area that was just not good. And because, like, it was off the back of them giving up that control early, and once Orbit took it, Method kind of screwed themselves over, and kind of a fault of their own doing. But they once again are going back to one site that they had won. However, Orbit finally looking like they're actually going to do some real clear here.
I think that could be a little bit better. They've got 2 hard breach this time, so already miles above what they previously were. But Nyx is still going to go for that Gong play. It's where he was when he killed Giddy, but I think falling off of that is probably the better play. Method tried to commit to spawn peaks playing very early on, especially in the second half of Cafe, and it just absolutely bit them in the butt. It's how Orbit a lot of times start off with a 5v4. And I mean, we talked about the impact of like a spawn peak death. Sometimes it can be minimized, but it's still losing a player that early is never going to be good. Nyx backing off, correct decision in my eye.
I mean, he's better alive than dead, right? It's you gotta stay up right there, especially an operator as powerful as the Bandit on this site to be able to Bandit trick these walls. You don't want them to be down that early, but Method are doing good here. Drix especially, he's kind of the one with that task of holding down this upstairs and preventing an entry of any kind up here. He does take some damage, but he's still doing his job at the moment, preventing an entry on the upstairs. He finally falls off. It allows these players from Orbit to get in, but at the end of the day, he's wasted a good amount of time.
And sometimes that's what you need. As a roamer, you realize your life is valuable. We just talked about that with Nyx. And if you can waste time, waste utility, which may have not really been used as much. There are less frag grenades in BJL's pocket, but CZ still has them. Weppy is going to use his Lax Trax Stinger. But the fact that Method is still on this second floor is something we have to mention. The wall should get opened up, potentially. With those impact EMPs being used, it does. But right now, Method have a very good foothold on this round. If they can hold onto the site itself, at least for another 15-20 seconds, I like their chances.
I do as well, but there's no player in that back area of Throne. They just have a player close to wall, and they have one deep in split to worry about. But Donut, making sure that they have upstairs locked down. And that's kind of the only issue with what's going on here is they don't have the vertical play to work with upstairs. So CZ just walks in the... Oh, what?
Okay, Orbit gets slapped in the face about as hard as you can. Like, you saw the entry from CZ. He was ready to ball. He was ready to play. And the hammer came down about as hard as it could. It's a dueling flawless round from Method, and that has felt like the best round that we have seen from them all night.
What a time to have it. Get yourself right back into the map. A big difference right now, 2-2 versus a 3-1 down on your opening defense split. Not great if you find yourself in that kind of a hole. So a great round, and they've shown that they're pretty comfortable on that site, but unfortunately, they gotta win some other sites if they want to really get themselves a chance in this game. As Orbit already have 2 rounds on their attack, and looking to build on that, because going into their defenses, I mean, it's Theme Park on a map 2. This is their decider. This is it for Method. They have to win this. And Orbit on their map pick going into their defenses, you got to think they're going to be comfortable on it. So Method really have to find a way to grind out these 2 rounds.
It's something where I feel like one of them is a must win, but once you get to that kind of potential 3-2, then things change just a little bit, but 4-2 really does change the game. You give Method the advantage, and attack is really where Drix did find his stride, and he did have a little bit of that spark on defense, but he's not his self, what he was on Cafe. I want to remind you, he went 5-1 on the entry, and he is yet to find a single entry. He's 2-2. He's done a good job holding down cash as the Azami, which is his job, but he's still not showing up in the kill feed, which is what we've seen him for in map 1.
Yeah, and there is still that time, and maybe that does happen when he does end up getting to his attack side. He ends up being the difference maker, but Nyx has been the one to kind of get those kills, but even then, it's not really been as aggressive on the entry. Nyx isn't really that player that I had in mind to get those aggressive kills, but as long as someone's doing it, it's great. You know, at least someone's doing it, as they have the Ying again. It looks like they might be going for exactly that same play that they went for before, gearing up for it. Oh my goodness, so close to finding the kill. Nyx barely walks away from that engagement alive, and Orbit, it's kind of the same trajectory, right? It's slow, but in a moment's notice will get so fast, so quick.
Like a meteor hurling its way. It may seem slow when it's going through space, but it has one single trajectory, and that is to smack to the surface of that Method defense. I think Nyx should be thankful that they get away from their life, as a lot of defenders are crashing around this break room area. Yellow, Nyx does find his opener onto CZ. It's another one for him. His 3rd entry on this map. It's immediately filled by Giddy's kill onto Nyx himself, and there is a player inside of the site. Oloid frags out Giddy, making it so that Orbit have to find their entry into their execution somewhere else, and they're really going to have to do it blind. Like, Inrio is going to try to take this engagement, maybe actually use those candles to an advantage, but nobody can root out Oloid. He is on 1 health. He just equips the ITAS at this point, and he's still alive. Joe, Orbit, they've got something to their name with a kill onto Oloid, but at this point, it feels like they're picking up scraps.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Scraps indeed, but the one thing that they can say for themselves is Orbit. I mean, I guess they finally have this side of the map. I gotta wonder if they thought this was the site, because they threw everything at this side of the map, and now just running into guns. I genuinely think that's what happened. They thought that was the site. They were ready to execute, and then all of a sudden players fell back, and it was done. It was over. But I like the horizontal approach that Method went for right there, but I think Orbit, just their lack of recognition on that really hurt them.
I'll be honest, I kind of got fooled too. For a second, I genuinely thought it was the site as well, and that's when CZ entered and you find it. I thought that was the site as well, but the magician's trick clearly was real. Joker's trick, as some may say. As we do actually go to bunk this time, so Method aren't gonna have any cards up their sleeve, rabbits up their hat, but they still stick to that core lineup. Still have Oloid on that Frost. I think the main differences are gonna be Nyx on the Warded, which does make sense if Orbit want to bring the Ying, and Shipai on the Mira, which is always gonna be helpful if you can place those black mirrors right.
Yeah, and it's the first time we're seeing her come out, and
Discovered the location of a bomb.
I think a Mira is pretty popular when you're holding across on these horizontal roams. Even upstairs, maybe if you're, holding for that armory throne and you want to have an upstairs room, a Mira can be decently helpful as well, but especially on these two upstairs sites. You want to hold across the Mira. Very, very powerful. So we'll see that come through, and the Monty comes out maybe to help the cafeteria push. We'll see. We'll see whether Inrio likes to take his talents with that, but most of these players have spawned over on this cash side, so we'll see what they decide to do with all this, but I don't know. I'm not sure I like pushing into the hold that they have over here, but we'll see how it develops, V.
I think it could be decent with Monty. Hey, you could have something there, but Inrio has to really play right. Like, you can't reveal any single bit of skin with the Azami on the board, and Nyx in the bathroom as well. I think it's Monty. Where? Okay, that's Monty. Inrio has it. So where is that fifth player coming from? I think Wimpy's over by Cafe as well. So they are going for a little bit of a split with that preference toward Cash. But as I think the Method defense is starting to fall back, here's where Orbit enters the building, where they still try to find that entry, and BJL, I think, probably walks up Dragon Stairs. Here, the roam hasn't actually put much pressure on the attack, but it's done enough, in my eyes.
Yeah, and BJL is actually going to look towards that yellow area of the map and maybe lurk along over there. It's going to be him really just looking for some openings and see if he can find anything, and nothing doing quite yet. Orbit have a lot of work to get in over here. We've said it so many times. They've been a little slow here and there. In a minute 20, they have that Monty, but still failing to advance very far up the map with it. He has the information, but nobody really using it quite yet. And we'll see if they can set it up to try and get those picks, as there are some shots, finally, some damage going through as Giddy walking up the hallway and now just holding oh so patiently, but you can only be so patient as there is a time limit on the round as Drick's taking damage. That Monty doing the damage, but V, it's at one point stuff has got to go down for Orbit.
It feels like, what do you do here? You're able to find that kill onto Drix with CZ, and Giddy does get that kill with the Mira broken. There's gonna have to be kills coming from somewhere, as the defense, they hold rigid, and right now it's a little bit of a 2v1 as Inrio has to un-ADS, and Orbit win it out. Overall, I mean, good job at cracking that little hardened egg that the defense had built up, but a little bit, it felt like the defense just maybe got impatient. Maybe they just did a little bit too much by the end, didn't let their utility speak for them.
No, it didn't, and they took a lot of time, but they put it together when they needed to. They found the kill, reacted accordingly. They took the space that they needed. It was the information that the Monty provided to really give them that opening. And I think a lot of times as well, I mean, Montagne, as we know, I don't know if I've pronounced that correctly, but in French is the mountain. And everyone was amazed by the mountain as all the eyes were on the mountain. And nobody was prepared for the rest of the push that came through, as Orbit was just finding the kills left and right, as the Monty was just sitting there peacefully, gracefully behind his big old shield, beating the information. And Orbit, they took that round 3-3 now, and that's not a bad position for them to be in going into their defense split here.
And I think with Armory as well, a very good side for the defense. I feel like this site is one of the best for defense, and potentially the entire map, because if you don't get those walls open, it's like that's a wrap. You call it right there, because you have to push through that dragon, bottom dragon door, or you have to push through split, both of which are very easy to watch by the defense, especially if they have 2-3 players alive. That's why holding up this top floor is very important. Sometimes impact tricking as well can be a pretty powerful thing, and you can have that mute, maybe shut down some drones, but Thatcher being here is just kind of make wall denial a little bit impactless. So Shapai, he's got 3 charges, and Wimpy's only got 2 impact.
Yeah, and it definitely wouldn't be as great if there was a bandit, but there isn't, right? It's just a mute and just a couple of impacts, so nothing too much to deal with. And there is that double hard breach, so much that they can open, and a lot of possibilities, really. I mean, you can open up that yellow wall if you get the control. You can basically open up everything, the hatch, walls, anything you could want. But the only thing is here is that they have to clear this area out, as they do just that. Giddy ends up getting taken down, but not before CZ finds a couple himself.
And Orbit, the longer the defense can stay alive, hold positions, the better they will be. But CZ does go down, and Shapai is just going to sneak up, get a small, tiny angle, spot a player that could be there. In Rio, he's only got 16 bullets in that P10 Roni, one of the main downsides of that thing. So he really cannot hold an angle for very long if an attacker walks on through. But Wimpy feels that hold that Shapai had with a very tiny angle, as BJL gets a kill, gets Orbit that lead. As we transition over towards that third phase, and his Method, they're by the northeast side. They've got a part of that wall open, but no real way inside of the site. But Shapai just enters the site without a lot of knowledge, a lot of confidence, because his comrade, Nyx, has died by his hands, and Wimpy just finds that final kill. Orbit have regained that lead, and it's a lead that puts a lot of pressure on Method. 3 more rounds, and Method is gone from SFCL.
They did great to clear out that drug side, but after that, they just decided to shift their focus straight to site, and that's not something you can do. You saw all the players in Orbit and all the positions that they still really had to clear out, and I say that as I mean Method. They did a great job. They got some control, and that control you do need to get that yellow wall open, which can be really powerful, but you still need to get the top yellow control. You still need upstairs control, and they never got it. And no pressure anywhere on the map outside of really drug and lockers isn't a way that you can win that round, especially with all the hard breach that they had. They had 2 of them, and they decided to just go for 1 wall, which is definitely a questionable thing, to say the least, but they end up losing the round, and we'll see if they can adjust a little bit onto this next round. You have Oloid onto the Amaru. You've seen a lot of teams bring it to be able to either get to the balk very quickly, but mostly to go through that bathroom window. That bathroom window, just fly in right there and get that early control of office if possible. We've seen that a lot of times, but the other thing is they can't really do that as much as there is a Mira on that wall facing it. So we'll see what they do with that, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know what Method really wants to do here, but they need to put something together.
You're gonna say the Roteros. I mean, it was used by Orbit a lot. It's being used by Method. It's a very good way of just destroying shields, and especially if the defense just fall asleep at certain times. If somebody's not actually watching that shield on Cafe, poof, gone within the first 30 seconds, like it never existed. And that's a pivotal piece of utility that cannot be used any longer. And if you can get those Roteros by those mirror windows, I mean, you can just get a whole pile of utility. There's bandit batteries, there's ADSs, you could get the actual window itself. I mean, you got to make sure that you are watching where these Roteros are coming from, because loading can just throw a giant wrench in the defense.
Yeah, you can, and it's the power of Flores, right? You can really open up walls, get up shields. You can really just get rid of anything. It's a flying C4 basically for the attackers. Oloid finds that opening pick as BJL. What?
No, how do you get that kill?
What on earth? Finds a kill onto Oloid. I mean, he gets traded out right away, but on. You've got to be kidding me on that. But back to the game. No seriousness and wow, ZZ just smokes him. And now it's a 3v3, getting us right back into even ground. And still Miras to play around. And Orbit have found themselves in a pretty good spot, all considering, with coming off the back of BJL being a psychopath and CZ being a beast.
I mean, we have been in this situation where the defense looks impenetrable going into that final part of the round, and then things change. Not how we would think it. It all comes down to what kills happen when. Drix avoids a couple of bullets from a player, as I believe he is going to get that diffuser. A very pivotal part of the entire round itself. As loading is outside that window, you must be aware that there would be a frost mat below. But here's the thing. Orbit has their eyes on every single area. That method could potentially come from. Wimpy has eyes on the bathroom, on the hatch, which is going to be dropped. Nyx takes a lot of damage, but survives, is allowed to drop, immediately taken out by CZ. As Wimpy does find his second. Loading stands no chance by the arcade window. And I think we're falling into old habits here, Joe. It seems like Orbit, they are really getting familiar on Theme Park.
Yeah, they are. They're getting into their groove a little bit, but once they got that other kill and everything, the dust started to settle a little bit, it was them not really knowing what they wanted to do. They stalled out for a really long time. And then it was in that 3v3. Obviously, they kind of gathered it. You know, you had an idea of what they wanted to do. The yings would come out, the swings would be through. But even then, I mean, Orbit just had it covered. And it took too long to get there. And I'm not really sure. Method is kind of struggling to get pressure on multiple areas of the map. It's kind of making Orbit know exactly where, you know, they're going to have to set their eyes towards. And the worst part about it for me is Method is playing into the utility of Orbit. There was Miras that they were pushing into, a shield that they were pushing into, so many things that they're pushing into that you really don't have to push into, but they're doing it. So I'm not sure about that, but we'll see if they end up deciding to change anything with this timeout.
Yeah, it's 2 more rounds now before they're potentially knocked out of SFCL. We're going to lab storage, still a very vertical heavy site, especially because you need to have good presence on that top floor to just rain down debris from your opponent above. A sledge, a buck, you need to make the defense feel uncomfortable. And that's something that Orbit really haven't felt the entire time that they've been on the defense. They're going to send a whole plethora of players up to that second floor. I mean, Giddy's probably going to spread traps around. CZ's going to be up there with his alibi prismas. Method have a decision to make. Do they want to lean into this anti-roam or maybe take a risk? Go for that site knowing that the vertical isn't going to be on their side, because I think now is the time for a little bit of high risk, high reward. Maybe that old Method pushing that we saw on Cafe will come back.
You'd hope so. They got to do something. Their backs are against the wall right now. It's a now or never situation for them. And Orbit are now finally starting to get into their groove. So it's like, all right, Method, what do you guys got? What do you guys have to show for yourselves? Because this is it. Throw everything you have. And looks like this is down out there. Okay. All right. All right. It's a little bit of a, all right, it's a horizontal. I was a little confused at first, and all of their players are very, very separated, which is weird, but we'll see them start to gather together and start to get a good push together. But I mean, they're not really taking all too much control at the moment, dude.
Yeah, still trying to just get their entries in the building, create a lot of noise that Orbit has to deal with. But you gotta see, I believe Orbit are actually just trying to create holes in the floor themselves. I mean, you have CZ with that bailiff, you got Wimpy as well with that super shorty. as there is a little bit of an interaction between Wimpy. Giddy goes for the jump out, is punished heavily. And now Orbit, they are down one player, as Wimpy was actually holding it with Giddy. He is that solo player. But with that horizontal push, it may not come to a lot in the end, as Shapai is taken down. The Nitro is not going to actually kill the player, but BJL gets out alive. And that's the more important. Method don't really have a great entry inside of the site, and they're getting punished, but down goes Inrio.
I think they are now in sight. They've got it as loading. Finds 3. Gets taken down. It's all down to CZ. We'll see what he can do. Finds 2. Oh my goodness. And there's a little bit of information as well. That Zping now in a 1-2 for CZ. He has been the guy so far on this map. Can he make it happen?
Timer. It is beeping, and CZ spraying bullets. Maybe he's trying to get a lucky pre-fire, but he has no knowledge. And as we get down to 10 seconds left before all is lost, he's able to find one on the Nyx. Could it happen? He has to get the kill now. He does get it as he gets to the diffuser. He has time. Are you kidding me? A 1v4 Joe?
Oh,
last game
God.
of SFCL. Beautiful.
Oh my God. Whoa. He just
Speechless.
smoked everyone. Every single player. And now on to match point. How do you lose that with a shield? All you have to do is not peek. The bomb's down behind a shield. Play the time, please. Please. Oh, if I was on that team in those comms, I think I'd be losing my mind. If I just watched my teammates peek one after one and just lose the round,
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
now
used by attackers.
they're just facing an impossible task, having to win 3 rounds, attack rounds in a row against an Orbit team that is shooting like that.
I mean, well, how do you come back from that?
Out of a timeout.
They use their timeout.
That was
Joe.
out of a
Yeah.
timeout. They got smoked.
I mean, it is. I feel like that should have been like the final round. Like, call it there. You're not gonna get a better ending than that. For CZ, he's putting up Drix levels even better. 15 and 4. Because I think Drix went 16 and 9. Something along those lines. Right now, CZ adding those 4 kills onto his credit. He has been that player for Orbit. And honestly, like, the fact that they have their own star player like Method had of Drix, it just compounds onto that. It makes it so that really there's nothing Method can do. I mean, they lean onto something like that Blitz Rush, which it's a last-ditch effort at this point, Joe.
It is. It is, but we'll see what they can do, and I think this is where it's all going to start, and he's not able to get the Legion Mine. I don't know how, but we'll see what they can do here. They're going to look to maybe rush here, and there he goes. That's the first kill. CZ finds 1, CZ finds 2. It has been him over and over again. Make it 3 and V. It is all crumbling down for Method.
Got 2 trap kills. 2. It has to be boom. Mental has to be boom for Method at this point, because they are just getting put on a poster in this match. Because right now, loading in Drix, they've got utility, they've got time, and a little bit of drones that they can use, but they have to combat Orbit in the super powered position that they are in, looking like an impossible task. As Loading walking into this hallway, he is a dead man walking. Diffuser is dropped. Drix cannot win that engagement, so Orbit, they put that flare on those finishing rounds. Beautiful couple rounds from them. They go on to the playoffs.
They do. They do. Off of CZ and BJL, 2 dominant maps from them. And I do have to say, I've played with BJL recently, and that guy was complaining every single day about not getting his opportunity on a CL caliber team. And I do have to say, I'm so happy that he is now getting that opportunity and shining in that position. And needless to say, that's not the only thing. It's good to see Drix also back and performing really, really well, as he had a bad stint in his last team with Vipers back when he was playing. But at the end of the day, it's like Orbit looked like a well-oiled machine. And that's kind of what we've said about Method in the past. They've been the well-oiled machine, and Orbit just did that, but even better. They played right into Method's game and just did it better on every single way.
I think that's the best way to explain it, is that every time Method would do something, Orbit would just do it better. It's the I can do, you can do anything better, everything better. It's however the like song lyric goes. I feel like I fumbled that, but it really was just Orbit who was really the senior in this engagement. They won it 7-4 on Cafe, 7-3 on Theme Park. These felt like some close rounds in a lot of the minute details, but in the macro, you look at the map as a whole, it really is Orbit walking away with a lot more rounds by their side than you would think.
Yeah. I mean, it was weird because Method, normally when they lose, it's to that aggression of really putting off their structure. And, it's when you give Method time to think, that's when they're at their best. Today, they were given that time. It was just Orbit was just winning the chess match. I always like to say it when I IGL'd back in the day. Obviously, it's not as much maybe anymore because it's not a 1v1 type of thing. It's everyone on the team has to be able to shot call. But at the end of the day, it is a chess match. That's essentially what it comes down to. And it's who can counter who better. And Orbit just, it looked like they were ahead for most of the series. Obviously, at the beginning, the first half of that Cafe game, it didn't look like they were ahead, even though they were scraping ahead of rounds. They had a lead at the beginning of that Cafe game, but throughout the rest of it, it was them in control and just looking like the better team throughout the entirety of the 2 minutes.
And I think you got a lot to think about, to ponder over what Orbit did, get inside their mindset. And I know that we've got Adru for the interview. And overall, I mean, we saw some really cool plays from Inio early on. I think we're going to talk about especially the stats as well. But Joe, you will have your time to speak, and I will let you have the floor.
Emrio, my man, how are you
What's up,
feeling
brother?
after that win?
Feeling good after we have lost like the last 2 best of threes. We finally got the best of three to make the playoffs, so definitely feeling good.
Yeah, and I do have to ask, BJL, new pickup. How has he kind of changed the direction of where your team's going? How have you guys kind of adjusted to bring him into the lineup?
I wouldn't say more so change the direction we're going. We knew the direction we wanted. We just didn't have the set of players to do it. So that's why we brought in BJL for like the more aggressive play style to like do it with CZ. So we can like have a more like fast paced attacking really.
Yeah, and this is a question that I've kind of had in my back pocket for practically the entire series. How does it feel to, have gone from the carry to now getting backpacked in a series like this? You have that was not the way I wanted to put that, but you have BJL going absolutely crazy in map 1. You have CZ going absolutely crazy in map 2. How does it feel to kind of be the backbone now? Because you get to watch them play and you get to set them up. So how does that kind of feel for you to be able to set them up?
I mean, it definitely feels good. I mean, I just drone and I say on ping here, on the Z ping, or like take this, CZ is clear, and I just watch CZ and BGL just kill everybody. It's definitely feel good. Like half of the time, I literally don't have to do anything. I just watch bodies drop and I'm droning, and I'm like, by the time I get inside the building, 5v1, I don't got to do anything. It's like, okay, cool, better than me. I don't have to show up like that unless unless it's a Hell in a Cell game. And when it's a blowout, I just assist, do my thing.
And what kind of prep did you guys do, if any, kind of going into this game? Because I think this isn't really a position you guys thought you would be in. So what kind of prep did you go to make sure that you guys locked in your playoff spot?
Just more so, we just stayed true to our game and just did our own thing. We knew we were the better team at the end of the day. We lost the last 2 series. Obviously, that like helped us reflect on what we need to work on better. So we just worked on that in scrims and like Gamers 8 that just recently happened, even though we lost. And we just came in and just played our game. That's it.
Yeah, and kind of going back to that, not a position you guys necessarily thought you would be in. How did you guys have to kind of go at it? Because I think knowing you guys and knowing your expectations for yourselves, you would not have thought you would be in this position in a 2-2 game, kind of fighting for your lives or playoffs. But how has that kind of developed, and how have you guys really been able to stay mentally strong to be able to come through and meet your expectations of making playoffs?
I mean, the mental was never really mostly destroyed. It was more so like with CZ's always having a great game every time. We just try to, show up every day for CZ because CZ's always dropping double digits. Us as the other four players, mostly when I mean, it's more so I think me and Giddy have been like struggling here and there. But I think once all five of us like show up, I mean, I think we win every game. We'd be able to compete with pro league teams at all time. Like mental was never tarnished after losing those two games. We just knew what we needed to do to get to the point where we wanted to get.
And I will ask, is there anyone you would particularly like to be playing against? Anybody you're looking forward to playing against in playoffs?
I wouldn't say we're looking forward to play anybody. We play what we play. We are always going to think we're the better team, and we're here to win.
All right, and what are your expectations for it? I got to know. What are your sights set on for this SFCL season?
To obviously to win it. Like, who doesn't want to win it? Like, winning SFCO is, when they say the greatest accomplishment, but it'd be a good one too.
All right, and then last question. Any shout outs? Anybody on your team? Anybody else? Anybody want to shout out? Any words?
Shout out to Orbit. Great support out of those guys. Amazing org. Love the guys there. They're always talking with us, and just even when we're losing, they're still supporting us. Shout out my teammates, especially CZ and BGL, always showing up, dropping double digits, looking like the powerhouse that they are. The powerhouse do. Appreciate the support from the fans. Haters as usual. Appreciate that. It's about haters, you want to get nowhere too. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, man. Thanks, Enrio, and good win. Good luck in playoffs. Happy to see you guys lock it in, but I mean, great win, man.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Have a nice day.
All right. Well, you heard from the man, and look at that stat. 2.0 rating, 18-5, 90% KOST. I mean, he was the one to put down the plant on Orbit. What more could this man do?
Nothing. I don't know. I mean, how many times have you seen a rating above a 2.0? However,
I don't think I can't remember I've
I
ever
can't.
seen that.
I feel like I've had to have seen it before, but that's crazy. It is the highest rating we've had this season. I mean, maybe to my recollection at all. Apparently, in my in my ear, I've heard potentially the highest rating we've ever had in a map in SFCL. But the main thing I want to look at is the entries. Orbit was -6 on entries and still looked that good on this map. Shocking.
-6 is a huge deficit. Like, that's not -3. There is a clear difference between how Method is starting their rounds and how Orbit is starting their rounds. And Orbit won 7 rounds out of 10. Like, they had more rounds than, I think they had more entry deaths than round, which is just, the stats are helping Orbit and hindering Orbit at the same time. And it just leaves you wondering, how did Method end up here? Like, how did they end up in such a deep hole against a team that it feels like they should at least be somewhat equal to?
Well, for that information, you just got to avert your eyes one column to the left. Entry kills are great. You got to get the other 4. And we said it before the map, if Drix wasn't popping off, who was going to do it? That question was not answered. Well, it may have been answered. It was no one. No one stepped up in the void of Drix. And even when Drix was popping off, they weren't able to find that frag power. We asked for someone else to also. And, we knew that they needed 2 players to really get after it and get there and push them over the top. And they, on this map, didn't even have one. I mean, it was kind of, we're not going to say bad performances, but average performances across the board. And in a game like this, against a team like this, you need more than average to win.
Yeah, so you can take one final look at the stats for Theme Park. You can see that nice little 2.05 on CC. Make sure you savor that, as I don't think we are going to get anything. I would love to see something akin to a 2.05, much more, because, wow, to have that in the decider is a pretty crazy thing to see. But that is the final regular season game, Joe. We did it. The Swiss stage has been completed. We're seeing who's in the playoffs, who has been eliminated. There's some surprises on the end. I mean, you had Lycus go down, I think, West Garfield Park, making it in over them. That was an exciting game to see as well. I thought that was a great regular season. I'm super excited to see what playoffs holds, honestly.
Yeah, and I do say I love the format. I think it is great.
Beautiful.
And a lot of teams, I mean, there's not too many surprises. I think the one for me, I want to say shout out Hong Kong Rebels for them to not just make playoffs, but make it in the fashion that they did and beat the teams that they did. They are a team for me to look out for because that's a team that I expect if they do to make playoffs. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't be in there. I'm saying they are one of those teams that should be in this 2-2 category for me, where it's either they make it or they lose. That's where my expectations were for them. And not only did they make it 3-1, they did it against some good teams and in a good fashion. Like this Method team that was a borderline playoff team, they smoked them. So it's like, that's one thing. And I mean, on top of that, there's a bunch of very good teams in playoffs. So I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I am so pumped to see who could come out on top.
It is going to be an exciting one to watch, so make sure you stay tuned into the SFCL Twitch channel. This week, we've got all that playoff action, all climaxing with the grand finals on Saturday. It's an action-packed week. Make sure you stay tuned. Thank you guys so much for tuning into this very, very long day of SFCL, and I hope you have a wonderful night.